Okay, so as the question says, so there is a data interpretation in front of us. We need to see the data interpretation, understand the details given, and understand the data, what the data is all about, and then we are supposed to answer the question according to the data presented. So let's see the data first. So as the data says, cumulative graph type families by number of girls from 1960 to 1990. That is, the data represent the number of girls between 1960 to 1990, and there is a difference created between urban families and rural families. So for urban families 1960 to 1990, and for rural family as well 1960 to 1990 also, the strength of the family percentage wise, how many girls were there in it, has been given. And they have also represented this data using some colors. As we can see, there is the complete white color which represents four or more girls. There's a little dark grayish color which represents three girls, light grayish which represents two girl, even lighter grayish that is one girl, and most dark grayish that is no girl. So we can see, if we refer to the 1990 data, we can see 1990 rural data. If we refer, this particular color represents no girl. Then above that the color represent one girl case. Then above that this particular window represent two girl case. Then above that this particular window represent three girl case, and the most brighter one represent the four girl case. And this is the case with all the bars presented there. So this is what is the data all about. So let us go by the questions and then we can actually solve it. So let us see. The first thing is asking is the combined years in which there were low urban families with three girls in it were. Okay, so we have to see combinedly which two particular year are showing the lowest number of three girls families. Okay, so let us see the color of three girls. The color of three girls is this one, and we have to see for urban family. So we have to see the left hand side of the chart. Okay, we have to see the left hand side of the chart, that is for this urban family, and we have to see the three girl category, that is the, if we see from the top side, that this has to be the second from the top. So if we see the option 1960 and 1970, and how we can judge this is the lowest number, we can judge it by just the visual inspection. Okay, so we need to closely inspect it visually, then which particular color is showing the lowest area covered. So we can clearly see the 1960 is this area, 1970 is this area. And if we compare the areas, all those four areas, we can clearly visualize that first two 1960 and 1970 are having combinedly the lowest area than any other option, because continuously it is increasing. So the lowest two are actually making the lowest area. So that's what is the right answer. 1960 and 1970 combined. Now, in the next question, he says, which statement is not true? So we have to see the statements one by one and tally the data. And we are supposed to answer that which statement is not true. The first one is, in 1980, there were more two girls urban families than two girls rural families. So we have to compare two girl urban and two girl rural for 1980. If we compare that, two girls urban and two girls rural families. So two girl category is top third. So for 1980, we have to see 1980 two girl family is this one, urban is this one, and rural for 1980 is this one. Okay, top third. So this is this. So we can clearly see that the urban is higher and rural is lesser. So statement number one is very right. So it is not the right answer because we are looking for not true. Can we have the second? There were four girls or more families, urban and rural, in 1990 than in any other year indicated. So we have to see four girl or more category. Which category is the brightest one, the most white color? Okay, and urban and rural we have to add in 1990 than any other year indicated. So we have to add it for 1990. So 1990 urban and rural white color, this is for 1990. These two are for 1990 data. And see, we can see these two will be comprising a maximum total. We can judge this by using some scale also, some ruler also. We can place this ruler here, and then we can judge which two particular areas combined are giving the maximum length and maximum area covered. So that's what will be the right answer. So if we see it closely, yes, this is right, that for four girls or more families, urban and rural combined in 1990 is the highest. Okay, so this is the right answer. This is the also the right statement. So we are looking for the wrong statement. So this cannot be the right answer for this case. Now let's see option number C. 1960 to 1980, there was a general decrease in the no girls category for urban. So if we see the urban 1960 to 1980, there has to be a decrease found. So 1960 to 1980, if we see, yes, the area is decreasing. See, we have to see which particular category. We have to see the no gull category. No gull category is the bottommost one, and yes, we can see a little decrease here. So this statement is also right. Can we have the second? A comparison of the year showing the smallest number of four girl or more rural family with the year showing the greatest number of four girl or more urban family reveal that former outnumber the later. This means that the four girl or more in rural family is higher than the four girl or more in the urban family. Okay, showing the greatest number of, okay, so we have to see that comparison of the year showing the smallest number of four girls. So smallest number of four girl has to be higher than the four girl or more greatest number of urban. Smallest number of four girl has to be higher than, so if you see four girl, small number of four girl is this, and highest and the greatest number of four girl or more urban family reveal the former outed. So if you see the urban, this is the smallest one, and for the rural, the largest one is this, and we can clearly see, yes, that the four girl or more for rural family has been very high in comparison to the four girl or more category for the urban. If we see any of them, yes, the rural one is higher than the urban one. That's why that is outnumbered it. So this statement is also correct, but we are looking for the wrong statement. So we have to see the next option then. That is the option E, which says from 1960 to 1980 there was a general decrease in the no girls category. So if we see the option 1960 to 1980, there has to be a general decrease, but there is no decrease, and we have to see this for which particular category? We have to see this for rural family categories. So this is the 1960 to 1980 shape, and we can easily see there is no decrease. Okay, sometimes for the 60 to 70 it decreases, then from 70 to 80 it again increases, and 80 to 90 it again increases. So this type of shape is being seen, which cannot be referred to as general decrease. So this particular statement is completely wrong, and that's what we are looking for. Which statement is not true? So right answer becomes option number E. This statement is not true. Now, in the next question, he says the combined 1990 no girls and four girls or more urban families made an approximately what percent of 1965 urban family? Okay, so we have to see both one by one, and then we can actually answer. So if you see the no girls category, no, we have to see the no girl and four girl or more for 1990. So if you see for 1990 no girl category, 1990 no girl category for urban families. So this is 1990 no girl category for urban family. No girl category is the this one. So this is approximately, if you match it with the scale, this is approximately 42%, and this 42% is nothing but no girl category for 1990 for urban. For the urban class, no girl category for is of all about 42%. And then if we see four girl or more urban families, okay, four girl or more urban families for the same 1990. So four girl or more urban family is the white shaded one. So four or more, if we want to see four or more urban category for the same 1990, we are able to see the data. The data is approximately, see, we have to see this particular gap. This somewhere lies between 90 to 100. This somewhere lies between 90 to 100. So it is a gap of 10%. So we can clearly say this value is 10%. Then he says the combined. So we have to combine this. So if we combine 42 plus 10, we're going to make it as 52%. So that should be the answer, 52%. That is option number B becomes the right answer. Now we have to see, now we have a different paragraph with us. We have a different data interpretation question with us. We have been represented, the data has been represented through bar graphs with different colors. Let us try to understand the data first. What is the data all about? Composition of 4 intelligence tests in 1996. Okay, and the test names are MBA test, NDA test, bank PO test, and IS prelim test. And the color represents what? The darkest one represents the mathematics part, the lowest one also, and a GK question represents the color above it. So, and this particular color represents English. So this color represents maths. A little higher on that represents your okay. So this is maths. We can refer to this one also. This is maths, and then little higher than that is English questions. This is English questions, and then a little grayish part is nothing but GK questions. So this is nothing but the GK question, and the topmost one, a little light grayish color, is nothing but your is nothing but the last one left out, that is nothing but computer questions. So this how the distribution is given. So let us see the questions. And yes, the total number of questions in any test is not given in the data, but the percentage distribution has also provided that this much percent of questions of GK were there in this particular test, and this much percent of mathematics questions were there in this particular test. This is how the data has been given to us. So let us see the question now. Okay, if the total number of questions for the bank PO test and NDA test were same, then what is the percentage increase for mathematics questions? Okay, so if the total number of questions are same, then we can match their 100%. Okay, if the total number of questions in any two tests are same, so their percentages matches. Okay, 10% of bank PO will be equal to 10% of NDA as well. So the percentage matches when the total number of questions remains same. So that's what he asked. The percentage increase for mathematics question from bank PO to NDA test, that's what we have to see. Bank PO to NDA, so this is what is bank PO, this is what is NDA. What is the percentage increase? So in the bank PO test, the percentage is for bank PO, the percentage of maths is almost around 8%. And for your NDA test, the percentage of maths, if you can see the bar, this is given as 10. So we can write this as 10%. So how much is the percentage increase? Percentage increase is always calculated by the difference between two percentage divided by the older value always, that is 8 into 100%. If you solve this further, this comes out to be 2 by 8, that is nothing but 1 by 4 of 100, that is nothing but 25%. So that should become the right answer. The percentage increase is simply 25%. That is the right answer. Now, for the same graph, we have got a different question. The question says, if there are 66 questions in MBA test, about how many mathematics and English questions are there in it. So for the mathematics test, he has stated that for the MBA test, he has stated there are 66 questions, 66 questions in it. So about how many mathematics and English question are there? So we have to add mathematics and English percentage and then find out that percentage value from the 66 value. So if we see the MBA test, we can clearly see the mathematics and English questions. So mathematics questions are here somewhere, which is 21.7%. And English questions are above them, which is close to 11.7%, as it is written over there also. So if we add them, mathematics plus English, this becomes 21.7 plus 11.7, which is nothing but 33.4, or we can approximate that as 33.33%, that is nothing but one third. So one third of 66 we have to find out, and one third of 66 is nothing but 22. So that's what should be the approximate number of mathematics and English questions. Let us see the options available. We have got 22 as an option. That should become the right answer. Option number B. Now, for the same bar graph, we have a different question. The question says, if the number of questions in NDA test is twice the number of questions in bank PO test. So let us assume these numbers something so that we can easily find out. So let us assume the number of questions in bank PO. Let us assume what? Let us assume the bank PO questions are X in number, and he has said NDA has got twice of the bank PO. So NDA questions will be simply 2x. So these are the two things that we have to assume so that the calculation becomes easy. Then he says, then how many more mathematics questions are there in bank PO test than the English questions in the NDA test? Okay, so how many more mathematics questions are there in bank PO test? So we have to find out mathematics questions of bank PO test. So if we see the percentage chart, what is the mathematics percentage for the bank PO test? It has to be checked from here. We have to check bank PO test mathematics. So bank PO test mathematics is this, which is 8%. So we can say bank PO mathematics is 8%. 8% of what? The total bank PO question, that is X. So it comes out to be 8 by 100 of X. That is nothing but 0.08X. So this is the total number of mathematics question in bank PO. The next thing that we have to compare is bank PO test English questions. Okay, first we compare mathematics question bank PO, then we have to compare English question bank PO. So English question in the bank PO are can be seen as we can clearly see it here. We have to see the bank PO test and English questions, and English question for the bank PO test can be seen here. Okay, there's a bar graph of bank PO test available, 8% for that. So this is somewhere close to 4%. We can clearly see the bank PO test English question is somewhere close to 4%. So we can simply write it down here because we have to approximate. So we can approximate it like that. So for the same bank PO, rather English question in the NDA test is to be compared. Okay, so if we see the NDA test and English question, there is 4% here. Okay, NDA test and questions are there in English section is 4%. So English test and the English questions in NDA test English questions are nothing but 4%. 4% of what? 4% of the NDA test numbers. NDA test number is 2x, so 4% of 2x, that is nothing but 4 into 2x by 100. Okay, that is nothing but 0 0.4 into 2x by 100, that has to be 0.04 into 2x, that is nothing but 0.08x. Now, if you see both the numbers, now we are supposed to find out how many more. So, if you see both the number, they are actually equal. So, there is no more. Nothing is more, nothing is lesser. So, we can easily see that the percentage increase or percentage decrease is simply 0 because both the values are equal. So, the right answer becomes option number E, 0%. Now, for the same bar graph, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question is, if we assume that the number of questions asked in NDA are same in MBA. So, NDA, MBA are same. So, if their number of questions remain same, their percentage also matches. This is what is the concept. Then what percent of mathematics questions were asked in both the tests taken together? So, let us assume that the number of questions in each were X and X. So, NDA test has also get X question, and similar is the question available with MBA test. So total questions are, so total question we can assume as x plus x, that is nothing but 2x number of questions. Then he's asking what percent of mathematics question were asked. So mathematics question, but the percentage of mathematics question is what percent out of the total question asked. So let us see the mathematics question in NDA and MBA both. So in NDA, the mathematics questions are represented by the lower bottom, that is 10%, and for MBA it is represented as 21.7. 10 and 21.7. So that is nothing but 10 plus 21.7. That becomes 10 plus 21.7, this becomes 31.7%. Okay, 10 question out of x and 21.7% out of x. So we can easily add them and find out the percentage of it. So this can be written as, this can be simply written as 10%. So it is 31.7% of 2x divided by 2x. That's what we are supposed to answer. So if we solve this further, this has to be 31.7% of 2x, that is nothing but 0.10 plus 0.217. This is how we can take it, divided by 2 and into 100% obviously, and we solve this together. This comes out to be exactly 0.158 into 100%, and that is nothing but 15.8%. So if you see the option, it is available as 15.8%. That becomes the right answer. Now, for the same bar graph, we are supposed to answer a different question. If 1000 questions were asked in IS prelim test, then what is the difference between number of GK question asked and the number of English questions asked? GK and English difference we have to tell. So total number of questions in IS prelims is 1000, as they say. So total questions are 1000 in the IS test. Okay, we have to find out the difference between GK and English. So if we see the IS bar graph and find out the difference of GK and English, so GK value is written as GK value is somewhere close to 91% if we see the bar graph. Okay, this is what it is. And English questions are how many? If we see the bar graph again, the English questions are somewhere close to 2.40. So it's 2.40. Okay, so if we find out the difference of percentage, we can find out the difference of percentage when the total percentage value is same. So difference of percentage between 91 and 2.4 comes out to be 91.91% minus 2.4, that is nothing but 88.6%. Okay, so we are clearly supposed to find out now the 88.6% of 1000, 88.86 into 1000 upon 100, and if we solve this, this comes out to be exactly 886. So that should be the right answer. If you see the options down there, yes, the option number C presents 886. That becomes the right answer. Now, we have been given a different bar graph again. Now we have to understand the data interpretation thing first. We have to understand the data, what is the data all about, and then only we can start with the questions of ours. See the title, the total percent of central budget allocation spent on sports. So total central budget has been spent, and out of that how much percentage has been given to sport, that is also represented. So if you can see the inner values, these are the percentage Okay, the total how much percent of the total budget has been given to sport in that year is being written here in the small bars. And if you see the top values, these are rupees. Okay, and rupees in billion, so number of rupees in billion that are spent in any particular year on the sports category, that is also represented. So two things have been represented. Let us see the question now. If the population was about 215 million in 1993, what is the approximate cost per capita of the sport? So first of all, we need to do cost per capita. What is cost per capita? Cost per capita is nothing but the total rupees, the total budget rather, total budget divided by the population. Okay, the population of any country. Okay, that is what is cost per capita, total budget divided by the total population. So let us see the total budget in 1993 over sport. So if we see the 1993 column, the total budget is 99.1 billion. Okay, so it is 99.1 billion. Okay, divided by total population in 1993, that we have to see, has been given in the question, that is 215 million. Another unit that we need to note is how much million does a billion make. So 1 billion has got 1000 million. Okay, 1 billion has got 1000 million. So this is how we can help. So now we can approximate 99.1 as 100. So if we do that, 100 into 1 billion has got 1000 million. So this is what is the numerator become, 100 into 1000 divided by 215 million. And we are supposed to solve this particular mathematical expression. If we solve this further, this comes out to be rupees 465 precisely. If we divide this comes out to be rupees 465, and it is available in option number A. So it becomes the right answer there. Now, for the same bar graph, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says, what is the ratio of total sport expenditure in 1993 to that in 1980? Okay, sport expenditure of 93 to 1980. So let us see the value of 1993. Okay, and the value of sport in 1993 is nothing but 99.1, and that in 1980. And in 1980, if we read from the values, read from the bar graph, this was 1993, and the 1980 value is 26.9. So we can assume 26.9. So this can be approximated as 99, and this can be approximated as 27. Okay, so we have to suppose to find out the ratio. So the ratio is nothing but 99 by 27, which is very much close to 4:1. So that should become the right answer, 4:1. It is available in option number B. Now, for the same bar graph, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says, what was the percentage increase in sport expenditure from 1992 to 1993? Percentage increase from 1992 to 1993. So if we see the value of 1992, let us write down the value of 1992. The value of 1992 is 90.4 billion. The unit is same, so that is not required to be written. And value in 1993, if we see the value in 1993 is nothing but 99.1 billion. Okay, so he is asking for percentage increase. So percentage increase is always calculated by the difference. Okay, difference divided by older value always into 100%. Difference divided by the older value into 100%. So if you see the difference, we have to do 99.1 minus 90.4 divided by the older value was in the 1992, for from where you started the growth, that is 90.4 into 100%. So clearly we are supposed to solve this mathematical equation. If we solve this further, this comes out to be 8.7 divided by 90.4 into 100%. And if we solve this completely, this is coming approximately equal to 9.9, which can be 9.9 and which can be approximated to 10%. So any value that is close to 10% should be the precisely right value. And if we see the options given below, yes, there is a value which is close to 10%, that is 10.4. So that should be the right answer only. Okay. Now we have got a different data interpretation charts for expressing a situation, expressing a data, and then we are supposed to see the chart and we can easily answer the question. Post that, what is the data represents? Okay, so if we see the first chart, so first chart says production or in million of units year wise 76, 80, 85, 90, production of Jeep and production of total. So total production is this, and the Jeep production is the inside data, and the unit is million units. So it is 2 million unit, 4, 6, 8. This is how it is represented, the first part of it. If we see this particular chart, this chart represent employment of 000 of worker, that is 1000. This represent the 1000. Okay, the number is in 1000. Okay, so employment in number of workers. So 1976, 1980, 80, 85 and 1990 has been represent. For example, we can read that number of worker employed in 1990 is, this is coming close to 600. So 600 into 1000, that many number of worker were employed in 1990. If we see the third chart represent a pie chart situation in which Maruti Udyog Limited holds 3 lakh 190, rather 31 lakh 93,180. So these many will be the cars sold or the automobile sold. So this much would have been the share of Maruti Udyog. The share of Hindustan Motor is 18 lakh 90,234. Total automobile is this much value. DCM Motor this much and others are this much. So these are the market share of different companies and the total automobiles also. Okay. If we see the last one, imports and exports. So how many cars were imported and how many cars were exported? This particular values has been represented by two line graphs. If you see it for the same set of years, and the white y-axis represent the number. Okay, so this is the chart all about. Let us see the question first. The question says in 1990 the export of car was about dash of the total Indian automobile export import trade. So we have to see the chart. Which chart we have to see? We have to see this particular chart because this represent the export to total Indian automobile trade. Okay, we have to see the chart, and rather this much will be recommendable because we have to see the export and import. So the last chart represent the export and import. So if you see the data in 1990, he's asking for the export and import. So if you see the data 1990, in 1990 the export is about the export. If you see the export, this is close to 1,50,000. Okay, this is close to 1,50,000. If you see it, 1,50,000. We can see it here also. 1990 export value is this much. Okay, this is the 1990 export value, and this is close to 1,50,000. If we in the same year, if you see the import value, we need to compare for the same year. Import value, if we see, this is somewhere here, which is close to 4,50,000. So import value is nothing but 4,50,000. These are the two data. He's asking for export of the car was about dash of the total in automobile export import rate. So if we compare 1,50,000 and 4,50,000, we can clearly see the total import plus export becomes how much? Import plus export becomes 1,50,000 plus 4,50,000. That's nothing but 6 lakh. Now we have to tell the export as compared to the total. We have to tell export as compared to the total. So export value is 4,50,000 and import value is 6 lakh. If we divide it by them, so we can clearly see this is 1/4 of it. So right answer is the export is 1/4 of the total import plus export. So that is the option number A becomes the right answer. Now he says for the same pie chart and bar graph and line graphs, we have to answer the different question. The question is number of employees in 1990 was about dash of the highest employment year. Okay, number of employees in 1990. So for the number of employee, we have to see this particular chart. Number of employee in 1990, we have to see 1990 the number of employees. We have to find out the employee recorded the highest in year was about. Okay, so first of all, we have to see the number of employee in 1990. That can be easily seen here, and the value is in thousand. So we have to write first. We have to write 1990 employees. Okay, 1990 employees were how many? 600 is the number and 1000 is the unit. So these many employees are there. 6 lakh employees are there. Now we have to compare this was about dash of the highest employment year. Highest employment year is the highest peak. So highest peak can be found out as this. And if we match it with this our y-axis, this is coming out somewhere close to 7,50,000. Okay, 600 and 800, somewhere close to 7,50,000. So highest, if we compare this with highest, this is coming close to 7,50,000. Now we have to find out the number of employees in 90 was about dash. Okay, this dash is covered in the option in terms of percentage. So we have to find out the percentage. Clearly, we have to find out the percentage of 6 lakh over 7,50,000. So we can clearly write down here 6 lakh over 7.5 lakh into 100%. This will be that percentage that he is looking for. And if we solve this further, this comes out to be precisely 80%. So that should become the right answer. 80% is the value which is available in option number D becomes the right answer. Now, for the same thing, we are supposed to answer a different question. The years in which the number of car import dash export were same as well as the farthest apart. So there will be a year in which they will be same, and there will be a year in which they will be farthest apart. So we have to give them two such years. Okay, so for this particular thing, we have to see the import export chart, which is this. Let us find out for the same first. Same will be where the two lines match. So two lines are matching somewhere here. So this is the thing where the import export will be same, and this we can write down somewhere 80. It's ahead of 85 and before 90 and close to 85 only, so it has to be 86 or 87. So let us see the option. So in the option we have 87, 76, 80. So closest answer is 87. So the same will be for the year 1987. Let us find out for the farthest apart. Farthest apart will be the maximum gap whenever there is a maximum gap between these two lines, and this is found out here, but this is also between 1985 and 1990, and the right answer then becomes 1985 and 1987 and 1989. That is the option number A. Now, for the same set of pie chart, we have to find out Maruti Udyog and Hindustan Motors together had about what percent of the entire market. So we have to find out Maruti Udyog, and these are the value of Maruti Udyog. So if we see Maruti Udyog, let us not write down the values, and we can by visual inspection we can find out the Maruti Udyog is holding almost about 50% of the total pie chart. We can see it here, and we have to combine it with Hindustan Motor. So Hindustan Motor is this much. If we see the angles, we can see if 3 lakh 190 31 lakh 93,000 is 50%, then we have 18 lakh something. So 18 and 31 is almost close to half of it. So we can easily say that Hindustan Motors would have holded somewhat about 24 or 25%. Okay, so if we add them together, this has to be somewhere close to 73 or 74% something combinedly of the entire market. If we see among the options, the most closest answer becomes 75%. That is, option number B becomes the right answer for this question. Now, for the same charts, we have to supposed to answer the different question. These auto industry graph and chart will not be able to tell you the following facts for the period 1976 to 1990. So 1776 to 1990, which particular thing cannot be discovered using this chart? That we have to find out as an answer. So if we have a closer look at this, the number of Indian made cars sold abroad, that can be easily found out from the export chart. So this can be obviously found out. How many cars were produced? This can be found out from which particular thing? This can be found out from this particular chart, where we can find out what is the share, or we can find out from this chart as well. The total number of cars have been given here in the shaded area. So this data can also be fetched, no problem with it. The breakdown of Maruti car limited car which have been sold, this data is not there. Breakdown of Maruti car has been not given anywhere. Okay, breakdown of Maruti Udyog car which has been sold, this has been not given, because there can be different values for 1976 to 1980 for the car that have been sold by Maruti Udyog. But for separately for Maruti Udyog, there is no particular chart which is showing the sale of Maruti Udyog only. Okay, so that's why this question cannot be answered. This data cannot be fetched. So that is why option number C becomes the right answer of this question. Okay, so there is a new data in front of us. We have got a bar graph, and we have got multiple line graphs also in a single plot. If we see the data, we need to see what all information are provided in this particular data. Okay, so the question says participation in summer and winter Olympic Games. Okay, so participation of different sport persons in different summer and winter Olympic Games have been given from the year 1950 onwards to year 1996 consecutively. Olympic Games happen after every 4 years now, but earlier they used to happen after even after 2 years also. And on the y-axis, we can see the number of participants can be understood from the y-axis, and then we have participants in Summer Olympic that are being represented through these circles, and participant in the Winter Olympics are being represented through these bars. So clearly we need to understand the data, and then only we can answer the question. So let's see the question first. What percent of those who participated in the Summer Olympic in 1992 also participated in Winter Olympic in 1992? So we have to see in the line of 1992. So in the line of 1992, let us find out the people who participated in Summer Olympic, that has been represented by these circles. Okay, so the Summer Olympic 1992 is this one, and this value we can take it as little less than 1000, so we can take it as 980. This is for the data for Summer Olympic participants. Now let us see at the same time for the same 1992 the Winter Olympic participant. Winter Olympic participant are represented by bar graphs. So for the 1992, this is that Winter Olympic participant. So this can be this is little less than 800. So we can take them as 780 something approximately. Now we have to find out a percentage. What percent of those who participate in Summer Olympic is also participating in Winter Olympics? So we have clearly supposed to find out the percentage of winter to the Summer Olympic participant into 100%. So we need to solve this particular thing. So if we solve this further, this becomes 39, this becomes 49, and we can cut them approximately so that it matches with the data over there. So if we approximate 49 as 50, so we can cut this as 52 and 39 to the 78. So it is coming 78. So it is approximately equal to 80%. So let us see where it is 80% available in the option. It is available in option number D, 80%. So it becomes the right answer. Now, for the same chart, we have to answer a different question. The question asked is, which period experienced the largest growth in the participant in the international game? So when you say international game, we have to see both the games, summer and winter, and we have to see the period in which there is the highest growth. So highest growth can obviously be understood by the visual inspection only. We have to see in which particular time span there has been a highest growth. So that let us see the options. The first option is 94 to 96. So if we visually inspect 94 to 96, see the data of 96 is missing. So first option cannot be right because the data is missing. Now 86 to 88, if we see 86 to 88, okay, 86 to 88 is this one. So this is the growth in the summer one, and 86 to 88 is there doesn't seem to be any growth because the line seems to be constant here. So this can be kept in an option. Then we have 92 to 94. If you see 92 to 94, so there is a decrease here, deep down decrease. So clearly this option cannot be possible. Then 90 to 90, 92, 90 to 90 to 92. If you see, there's a huge growth here in the summer one, and there is also a growth in the winter one also. So clearly we can see that in comparison to 94 and 96, 90 and 92 have got a higher value. So the 94, so 90, 86 and 90, 88 is also not possible. Let us see 88 to 90. If we see 88 to 90, then again there is a decrease here, 88 to 90. So this is also not possible. So the highest growth is being seen in the year, in the span 90 to 1992. That becomes the right answer, option number D. Now, for the same chart, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question is, which two successive games show the largest fall off in the international games participant from a Winter Olympic game to the next Winter Olympic game? So we have to see in which particular span there is a fall off. That is, there is a decrease in the participant from one Winter Olympic game to the next winter. So we have to just see the data of Winter Olympic games that has been represented using the bar graphs, and we have to check for which particular year given here there has been a largest fall off, largest decrease. So if we see 84 to 86, only the winter to be seen. If we see 84 to 86, this is that fall off, we can see it, and this is always have to be done by the visual inspection only, or we can use the ruler also for that. 80 to 82, if we see 80 to 82, so 80 to 82 has been here. There is again a fall off. We have to see visually inspect it only. There is no other way. Then there is 88 and 90 as well. 88 to 90 is pointing out towards 88. This seems to be a lesser fall off as compared to the earlier two. This seems to be lesser fall off. Let's see the another option. The another option that we have is 76 to 78. If we see 76 to 78, 76 to 78 is here. This also seems to be a lesser fall off. So let us discard these two values. They seem to be lesser fall off than the arrowed one. This and this have should have a large fall off than comparison to the earlier ones. And if we see the last option says 92 to 94. So if we see 92 to 94, then there is a large decrease. If you see, this particular decrease is a very large one. There is a large fall off. So yes, 92 to 94 is the right answer, which has shown the maximum fall off. That is the right answer. Now, for the same pie chart, for the same line graph and bar graph, we are supposed to answer a different question. Question is, what percent of the international games participant in 1984 participated in the Winter Olympic game that year? Okay, so out of the total participants of the in 1984, we have to find out the percentage of Winter Olympic participants. Okay, so let us see the values first. So we are supposed to find out winter and summer both. Okay, so that we can find out the total participants of the international game, and this has to be done for 1984. So if you see the 1984 summer value, this is the bar graph. So we can, and this bar graph is coming somewhere a little higher than 700. So this is somewhere close to 700. So we can take this as somewhere close to 700 for the winter one. There is somewhere close to 730. If we see for the summer one, the circle ones for the 1984, this is that value. And if we match it with the y-axis, this is somewhere close to uh, for the year 1984. For the year 1984, this is somewhere 730 participants in 1984 and about 1300 participants in the international game. So for this thing, we can see 900 are there. So there has to be something called as 900 for the summer ones. So there are 900 in there. So for 84, we are finding out 900, almost 900 participant for the winter ones, for the summer ones, and close to 700 participant for the summer ones. So the total participant that become there is close to 1630. So we can approximate that as 1600. And then if we see the option, we have to see the percentage value, and we have to find out the percentage of the winter participants. And winter participant that are represented by bar graphs was in the year 1984 was nothing but 700. So we have to find out the percentage of 700 divided by 1630 into 100%. This is 1630 into 100%. This is what we have to supposed to find out. That will be the percentage of winter participants. So if we solve this 700, let me write it once again, 700 by 1630 into 100%. This is what we are supposed to solve. So we can cut it like this. So it is 70 by 163 into 100. So we can approximate this 163 to be 170. Rather, we can approximate this to be a closest multiple of 7. So 7 2 ja 14 and 2 7 3 ja 21. So if we take this as 7 3 ja 21, so if we can cut this by 7, this is coming out to be 10 and this is coming out to 23. So it is 1000 by 23, somewhere close to 1000 by 23, which is nothing but if we cut this 1000 by 23, 23 is coming out to be 23. 4 ja is 92 and 23 4 ja is 1992. And then if we see further down, 23 4 ja is 1992, then 8 is left out, and 23 3 ja is 69 something. So we can take this as 23 4 ja also, because this value is close to 80. So it can be taken as somewhere 43 or 44%. So the right answer seems to be the option number E, which is in the range of 40. So that is the right answer. 47% is the right answer of this question. Now we are supposed to see a different chart for the next question that we have. Let us see the chart first. Let us see the data first. Okay, so data is represented as expenditure on R&D by company A1 in 1997. So research and development, over research and development expenditure of a company called as A1 in the year 1997 has been represented. Okay, the total 100% is 164 crore. That means the total expenditure done is 164 crore rupees. Okay, so in that way the percentages can be found out. And if we see these things, that this is company funds, so these particular pattern represent the company fund and this particular pattern represents the government fund, like that. And this has been given for the year from 1983 to 1997. Now there is another line graph that represent R&D cost per R&D officer. This is that line graph represent R&D cost per R&D officer. And the next line graph represent number of R&D officers per 1000 employees. So over 1000 employees, how many were the R&D officer? That is represented by this line graph. And R&D office and the cost of R&D over each R&D officer is represented by line graph for the span from 1983 to 1997, and the y-axis is here. So this is how the things are given. Now let us take it, and all these values are in crore rupees. So let us see the question there. The question is, in 1997, what percent of total expenditure was from government fund? So we have to see the data for 1997, and we have to see the first line graphs. So total, whatever is the total expenditure, let us find out the total expenditure in 1997. If we see the 1997, so the company fund in 1997 is 8, and the unit is crore. So it has to be 8 crores. So company fund in the year 1997 is 8 crore rupees. And if we see the government fund, so we have to see the government fund also. So government fund starts from 8 to 16. So we cannot take it as 16. We have to subtract it like that. So government fund comes out to be at the line of 16. So we have to subtract 16 minus 8. We cannot say that the government fund is 16. For government fund will be 16 minus 8 because the government fund start from 8 and end and goes till 16. So value 8 is as can be treated as an absolute zero for government funds. So there where it has started and it has reached to 16 value. So the government fund is nothing but 16 minus 8. That is again 8 crores. So the total fund that comes out to be for the year 1997 is 8 plus 8, that is 16 crore rupees. And out of this total, they are asking for what percent of the total expenditure was from government funds. So we have to find out the percentage of government fund divided by the total fund into 100% like this. So let us put the values there. 8 is the government fund, total is the 16 and 100%. I'm not writing the unit because that will be cut down. So 8 by 16 is obviously half, and this comes out to be half of 100, that is 50%. So that becomes the right answer, 50%. It is available in option number C. Now let us see the next question associated with a similar chart. Okay, what was the increase in company funds in R&D from 83 to 1997? So we have to see the company funds growth from 83 to 1997. And this has to be done in rupees only, no percentage to be involved. 83 to 97, let us see the value of 83. 83's value, and we have to see just the company fund. So 83's value is here, and 83 value can be somewhere close to 2 crore rupees. So let us write it for 1983, and this is somewhere close to 2 crore rupees. And we have to see for 1997 as well. If we see 1997, so for 1997 the value of this company fund is 8 crore rupees as it is visible. Now the growth is obviously, the growth will be the difference between these two, that is 8 minus 2, 6 crore rupees is the difference, and that should be the answer only. That should be the increase itself. So it is available in option number A, becomes the right answer. Now, for the same pie chart, for the same chart, we have a question. What is the percentage of increase of the company funds spent R&D from 83 to 97? So this time around, we have to find out the percentage increase. So let us see the company funds in 1983 first. 1983 company funds are these ones, which is close to 2 crore rupees. So you can again write down as that as 2 crore rupees. Then company funds in 1997, that we have to see. Company fund in 1997 is 8 crore rupees. So we are supposed to find out the percentage increase. Percentage increase is calculated by the difference or the increase value divided by the older value, always older value, into 100%. This is how the percentage increase is found out. So difference value is 8 minus 2 divided by older value is 2 into 100%. If we solve this further, this is coming out to be 6 by 2 into 100%, which is nothing but 3 into 100, that is 300%. So what is the percentage increase? Is 300%, and that has to be the right answer, which is available in option number C. Now, for the same graph, we have supposed to answer a different question. The question is, what was change in the relative number of R&D officers with respect to all employees from 94 to 95? So we have to see the difference of change in the relative number of R&D officers with respect to all employees from 94 to 95. So 94 to 95, we have to see the number of R&D officer from the chart itself. So where is the number of R&D officers given? The number of R&D officers are represented by this particular line. Okay, number of R&D represented by this particular line, and we have to see the change from 94 to 95. So there's 93 here and 95 here, so 94 can be assumed just in between them. If we see from 94 to 95, this is that pattern that we have to see, and clearly it is visible that is somewhere close to no growth. This is somewhere close to no change. There's a steady line represented, so we can easily see that there is no change, or we can say the change is 0%. So that becomes the right answer, option number D, 0% change. Now, the question is about how much amount from government fund was spent on R&D in 1997. So we just have to see the amount spent in from government fund in 1997. So this is the 1997 government fund. It starts from 8 and end at 16. So the amount spent will be nothing but 16 minus 8. That is nothing but 8 crore rupees. Okay, the amount spent will be 16 minus 8, 8 crore rupees. That is the right answer. Let us see where it is available. It is clearly available in the option number B. So it becomes the right answer from there. Now we have a different set of one is a line graph, both are line graphs, and we are supposed to study the data first and then interpret the data first, and then only we can answer the questions given to us. Okay, let us see the data first. Passenger deaths in Indian Railways in 1996. This has been the title of the charts. Okay, the first chart represent total passenger in crore. Okay, this is the y-axis, that the unit of this y-axis is obviously in crores. So these are the total passengers. We can see it here. And x-axis represent the month wise what is the total passengers. So you can see clearly see there is a continuous growth month wise in the number of passengers in crore. And death per 10 lakh passengers. So the next graph represent death per 10 lakh passengers. So for example, for the month of January, the value is somewhere close to 1.1. Okay, the value is somewhere close to 1.1. So what is this 1.1 represent? This represent 1.1 death has happened over 10 lakh passenger. So out of 10 lakh, there has been a 1.1 death. So 1 crore has got 10 times of 10 lakh. So if we want to know if over 10 lakh, the death number is 1.1, then over 1 crore, the death number will be obviously 1.1 into 10, because 1 crore has got 10 times 10 lakh. So over 1 crore, the death number will be 1.1 into 10, that is 11 deaths. So this is how we can relate two charts altogether, that over 1 crore, there will be 11 deaths in the month of January. This is the data for January month. So what is the total passenger in crore in the month of January? If you see this graph, so this is the value. So this is somewhere close to 9. So we can easily find out for 1 crore, the number of death is 11. So for 9 crore, the number of death will be 9 into 11, that is 99 deaths. So this is how we can relate both the charts and find out the data that is required, and the number of death can be found out this way. This was just the example to understand how we are supposed to find out the number of death. Okay, so clearly we could have related like that. So if 1.1 is the number, 1.1 death over 10 lakh, so to reach 1.1 to 99 death, what we could have done, it has to be done like 1.1 into 10 into the number in the first pie chart, that was 9. So this is how we can find out the total death number, 1.1 into 10 into 9. For example, for the month of February also we can find out. February's number is somewhere between 1.2 to 1.5. Let us assume this to be 1.3. So for the February month, number of deaths can be found out. Number of deaths can be found out as 1.3 into 10 into the total passenger in the month of February. This is this value. This is somewhere close to 11 into 11. So this can be written as 1.3 into 10, that is 13 into 11, which is nothing but 143 deaths. This is how we can find out the number of deaths in any of the month given. So let us find out what we are supposed to do. The greatest and the least number of passenger death occurred during which of the 2 months? So greatest number of death will happen whenever the factor involved death per 10 lakh passenger can be also higher, and the total number of passenger will also be higher. So because it has to get multiplied by the total number of passengers also, so the highest number of death will happen whenever there will be a highest number of passenger, and the particular number of death per 10 lakh passenger is also higher. So by closely finding out each and every value, if we just observe November 96, November 96 has got a highest population. And what is the number of death per 10 lakh in November 96 can be found out from here, which is close to 1 only, 0.9 plus. It is little higher than 0.9, so it is close to 1 only. So number of death in the month of November 96, if we write down, number of death in number 96 can be write down as 1 is the 1 death per 10 lakh passenger into number of passengers are somewhere close to 30 crores. So 1 into 30. Okay, 1 into rather 1 into 10 first, because we have to see the 10 lakh. 1 into 10 into 30, that is nothing but 300 deaths in November 96. So this seems to be the highest value. Obviously we can find out each and every value, but 300 seems to be the highest value. So this is the highest deaths. And if we see the lowest death, then let us verify the data for May 96. If we verify the data for May 96, the conversion factor, the number of death per 10 lakh seems to be least, which is somewhere close to 0.1. So May 96, if we verify, May 96 we verify the conversion factor is very slow. This is 0.1 into 10, and how many number of passengers were there in that traveled in the month of May is represented by this thing. If we match it with our y-axis, this is somewhere close to 18 or something. So 0.1 into 10 into 18, this is what we can do, which is nothing but 18 deaths, which is nothing but 18 deaths. So 18 deaths seems to be the least deaths, and 300 deaths seems to be the highest death. So these 2 months are only having the highest and the least passenger deaths, and that is the option available in option number D, which is November 96 and May 96. So that is the right answer. Now, for the same charts, we have to answer a different question. The sharpest drop in passenger death per 10 lakh was during the period of. Okay, so sharpest drop can be represented by the sharpest decrease. So for this can be done by the visual inspection only, wheresoever we are finding the highest decrement or highest steepest decrease, that will be our right answer, sharpest drop. So let us verify the option January to February 1996. January to February 1996 has been a growth, so it cannot be there. So we just visualize the decrease. So one decrease has been from February to March. This is the pattern. So in one particular this bar only, there is a decrease of how many drops, how many such boxes? 1, 2, and almost close to 3 boxes. So 3 boxes have been decreased in just one particular Feb to March. And if you see another decrease, this is the another decrease, this is comparable. And how many boxes are decreased? 1, 2, and 3, and somewhat close to 3.5 boxes. But 2 such bars have been taken for these. 2 such bars have been taken for dropping 3.5. So obviously this particular slope is less sharper than this particular slope. So clearly the value for Feb to March should be showing the sharpest drop, and that is the right answer. Option number C, Feb to March has been showing the sharpest drop. So that has to be the right answer. If you see October to November also, there is again an increase. So this has to be the right answer given like that from Feb to March. Now, for the same charts, we have to supposed to answer a different question. The period with the smallest increase in total passenger was. So let us see the total passenger smallest increase. Okay, so we can clearly see the chart, or the first chart, which will show us the total passenger list. Okay, so if you see, has been a continuous growth like this, continuous growth. There is a constant value here also between August and September. But do we have been given August to September? No, we have not given the option as August to September. We have given rather option of August to October, where there has been again an increase. So we have been given an option called as October to November, and there has been no growth at all. So this has to be the right answer, because this is the smallest increase, because there is no increase. So that is the smallest one, 0%. This has to be the right answer, October, November. Now, the question says, in June 1996, passenger deaths numbered approximately. So in June 1996, we are supposed to answer the number of passenger deaths. Passenger death can be found out by the conversion factor. The conversion factor that is given multiplied by 10, as we discussed in the first question, it's multiplied by 10, because that had been given for, deaths have been given for per 10 lakh passenger, and we have got the number of deaths in crores. So 1 crore has got 10 such 10 lakh spans. That's why we are multiplying it by 10 into how many crores now? So factor into 10 gives you number of death per crore. Now how many such crores are available for June 1996? So that will be written here. Okay, so total passenger, that will be written here. This is how we can frame. So what is the factor for June 1996? If we see, and if we can highlight June 1996, this is that factor, and which is close to nothing but 1.2 into 10 we have to do into the total passenger in June 1996. If you see it from here, June 1996 have got a total passenger of, which is this, which is nothing but 20. So if you multiply, and obviously there will be a crores written over there, so it is nothing but 12 into 20 crores, which is nothing but 12 into 20 makes it 240. Okay, so the total number of passenger in the year 1996 becomes, the number of passenger death in the 1996 become 240. The crore value will not come, 240. That is the total death, which is available in option number C, becomes the right answer. Now, we are supposed to answer the question, which of the following statement is wrong? So we have to see the statement and find out which is seeming to be wrong. Let us see it one by one. The first statement says, excluding November 96, there were more deaths in the aggregate per 10 lakh passenger during the odd months than during the even months. So we have to see the odd months, that during the excluding or there were more deaths in aggregate per 10 lakh passenger, more deaths in odd months than in the even month. That we have to see. Odd month have got more deaths, even month had got lesser deaths. So let us see the odd months. The odd months start from January, and January seems to be odd months, having should be having more deaths, but January is having very lesser death than compared to February, because of February passengers, the total number of passengers are increasing. So if we compare between January and February, the January's death are nothing but the factor is somewhere close to 1.1 into 10 into total number of passenger in January were somewhere close to 9. So this is nothing but 99 deaths. In February, if we see total number of death, the factor is somewhere close to 1.3 into 10 into the total passenger are somewhere close to 11. Okay, 11 crores. So this was 99, and this has to be into 11. So 13 into 11 has to be 143. So January deaths are more, January deaths are lesser, and February deaths are more. So odd number of month is having lesser death than the even number of month. So this contradicts to the statement which said odd months should be having more deaths than the even months, which contradicts. So that's why uh, this particular statement doesn't seem to be correct. Excluding November 1996, there were more deaths in the aggregate per 10 lakh. They are asking about the aggregate. So clearly we have to find out such data for all the odd months, and then we have to find out the data for all the even months. We have to find out their aggregate as well, and then we have to compare the odd and the even. So this particular statement seems to be right, because the aggregate for the aggregate for the odd numbers are coming on the higher side than the aggregate for the even number after the calculation. So this statement has got no problem. It is right. If we see the other one, there was an increase in passenger flows from January to August 1996. There was an increase. So if we see the just the passenger chart, January to August, we have to see this is the January and this is the August. So yes, there is a continuous increase. So this statement is also right. There is no problem with this statement. If we see the option C, there has been an increase in passenger death every year since January 1996. There has been an increase in passenger death every year since January 1996. This statement seems to be wrong, because we have been given the data for just the 1996. How can we comment over every year the number of death is increasing? We have just been given the data of 1996. We cannot comment on the other years whose data is missing. So that's why this particular statement is completely false, or we cannot actually conclude this statement by using these charts, because the data for other years is not given. So that is the right answer. This statement is wrong. Option number C becomes the right answer for us. Now we have been given a different chart, and let us see the chart and then we can answer the question given to us. What does the chart represent? They say the graph given below states the expenditure of an advertising agency in the year 2010, 2012 in percentages. Okay, so 2010 graph is this, 2012 graph is this. For different heads, they are showing their expenditure: advertising, legal affairs, R&D, salary, development, graphics, and technology upgradation and taxes. For these different heads, they are showing their percentage wise. They are showing their percentage wise expenditure for 2010 and for 2012 as well. If the total expenditure for the year 2010 and 2012 was 35, 3,550 and 5,600 respectively, so we can say that 2010 has got a total expenditure of 3,550 and 2012 has got a total expenditure of 5,600 crore rupees. Okay, so these are the total expenditures. So obviously the percentage can be calculated from their respective totals as well. Okay, now let us see the question. Which expenditure type shows the highest percentage increase in the year 2012 as compared to 2010? So clearly we have to find out the all the values of each and every head for both the years. Then only we can answer this. So let us begin by solving that. Okay. Now let us find out for 2010 first. For 2010, let us begin from the very top. The taxes value. 2001, the taxes value can be found out as the taxes percentage for 2010 have been given. It starts somewhere after 80 and ends at 100. So this can be written as 15%, not 20% completely. 80 and 100. So this has to be in between the 90% mark. So we can write this as little lesser than 10%. Let us take this as somewhere close to 8%. So taxes can be found out as 8% of the total expenditure in 2010, that was 3550. Okay, if we calculate like this value comes out to be somewhere close to 284. So the taxes value for 2010 uh, is 284 crore rupees. Let us find out the taxes value for 2012 in the same fashion. So taxes for 2010 can be found out. Let us see the 2012 chart, and these are the taxes value. There's a small thing. These are the taxes value. This, and see, we can see from 90 to 100 there has been two such markings done. So clearly it represents somewhere close to 5%. So this particular thing represents somewhere close to 5%. So that has to be 5% of 5600 that we are supposed to find out, which somewhere comes closely to 224 crore rupees. Similarly, we can find out for the value called as technical upgradation. We can find out for technical upgradation as well. Technical upgradation, let us see for 2010, and technical upgradation is nothing but this particular window. This particular window starts somewhere close to 83 and ends somewhere close to 93. So we can take this as 10%, somewhere close to 10%. So if we find out 10% or 8% also can be taken. So we let us take it 8% of 3550. That is a technical abbreviation. That is again coming out to be 284 crore approximately. Let us find out the technical upgradation for the other one, that is 2012. Technical upgradation for 2012. Let us find out. So technical application for 2012. So that is the small bar down there. So this is a little higher on as compared to the upper one. So we can take this as somewhere close to 7%. So we are supposed to find out 7% of somewhere close to 5600, and this value comes out to be somewhere 336 crores. So this is how we can find out the values for each and every head of 2010 to 2012, and then we can actually compare which expenditure has got a highest percentage increase. So let us find out all the values. We have already calculated all these values, so we can quickly write down here. For the graphic deviation, the value has come out to be 710. For the other one, for 2012, it has come out to be, for graphic deviation, it has come out to be 1120. For salary for 2010, it has come out to be 994. For the other one, it has come out to be 2240. For the R&D head, the 2010 value has come out to be 426, and the other one has come out to be 560. For the legal affairs, the 2010 value has come out to be 335, and for the other one it has come out to be just 112. For the last one, advertising, it has come out to be 497, and for the 2012 it has come out to be somewhere close to 1000. So these are the value set which can be compared, and we are supposed to answer the highest percentage increase, the head that has shown the highest percent increase in the expenditure. So clearly by visual inspection we can see which particular head is showing the highest percentage increase. If you see the salary, it has grown from 994 to sharp head of 2240. So this is a very high growth, and no other head is showing that much growth. Okay, so this seems to be the right answer. Salary head has shown the highest percentage growth, which is available in option number C, becomes the right answer. These value we'll be using for the other questions as well. Now, we are supposed to answer the fraction of total expenditure for 2010 and 2012 spent on legal affair for those 2 years was about. So we are supposed to find out that total expenditure of both the years for legal expenditure first. Okay, for the legal, for the head call as legal affair, total expenditure of 2010 and 2012. So for the legal affair 2010, we have to find out, and for the same legal affair we have to find out for 2012. Then we have to add them both, and then we have to find out their percentage from the total values. So if you find out it quickly, so for 2010, for the first for the first question, we have already calculated the all the heads value for both the years. So for legal affair 2010 value was calculated out to be 355 crores, and for the legal affair of 2012 was just close to 112 crore rupees. So let us find out their percentage. So percentage can be calculated by total head values, that is 355 plus 112 for both the years, divided by total expenditure of both the years, that is 3550 for the 2010 and 5600 for 2012 into 100%. This is what we are supposed to find out. Okay, so if we solve this further, this comes out to be 467, the total, divided by the total of the denominator comes out to be 9150 into 100%. If we solve this further, this 0 is gone, and 915 and 10, 5 2 are 10, 5 5 1 ja 5, 4, 5 8 ja 40, 1, 5 3 ja 15. So it is 467 by 183 into 10. If we solve this further, this comes up to be somewhere close to 0.05%. So that should be the right answer, 0.05%, which is available in option number A. Now, for the same chart, we are supposed to answer a question. The amount spent on advertising in 2012 is equal to the amount spent on which of the following? So we have already calculated all the amount in the first question itself, so we can refer it from there. So first of all, we are supposed to find out the amount spent on advertising in 2012. So if we see the amount spent on advertisement in 2012, we had already calculated in the first question. Amount spent on advertising in 2012 is nothing but 1008, somewhere close to 1008, and we are supposed to compare this particular value is equal to which all these things. The first thing is salary in 2000. Let us write down the value of salary in 2010. We have calculated this for question, so we are just copying it from there. Salary in 2010 is the first thing that is given. Okay, then the next thing that is given is advertisement and taxes in 2010. Okay, advertisement and taxes in the 2010. Third thing is given as technological upgradation. So salary in 2010 is not 1008, so this is not equal. First option is not there. Advertisement and taxes value also was not equal to 1008, so this is also not there. If you see the third option which says technological upgradation, let us write down all those values. Technological upgradation, the value for this particular head was nothing but 336, and the value for legal affairs for 2012 was nothing but 112, that is 112, and the value of R&D for the year 2012 was nothing but your 560. If we add these numbers all together, we're gonna reach to a value 3 plus 1 4 plus 6 10, 0 carry 1 plus 3 4 plus 1 5 plus 5 10, which is coming exactly equal to 1008, which is the advertisement expenditure in 2012 as well. So these two things are exactly equal, so option number C becomes the right answer. So option number that is third only, option number D becomes the right answer. Third statement only contains the right statement. Now the question says the amount spent on salary in 2010 is dash percent of the amount spent on dash. So we have to see all the option closely and then only we can find out the answer. Okay, let us find out the amount spent on salary in 2010 first. Amount on salary in the year 2010, we had calculated these all values in the first question itself, so we can just pick it out from there. The value is 994. Okay, now let us find out the amount of advertisement in the year 2010. Amount of advertisement in 2010, we have again calculated, that comes out to be 497. Now if we see the option given to us, so amount of advertisements is 2010 497. So what we can do is we can see it by filling one or two options. Okay, the first option is 75 and graphic development in 2007. That means the question would have become salary into by, if we see the first option, the statement would have become salary in 2010 is 75% of graphic development in 2012. But this seems to be wrong because we are knowing all the data, and salary in 2010 is not 75%. Okay, so seems to be wrong. If we see the second option which says 200 advertisements in 2010, so the statement becomes salary in 2010 is 200% of advertisement in 2010. If we pick second option, this is what the complete statement becomes. So salary in 2010 has to be 200% according to this statement of advertisement 200 in 2010. 200% is nothing but double the value, and we can yes see that amount of salary in 2010 is 994 and amount of advertisement in 2010 is 497, and 994 is exactly double of 497. So yes, this option seems to be right, which says salary in 2010 is 200% of advertisement in 2010. So that becomes the right answer, option number B. Now the question says find the total expenditure in the year 2011 if the expenditure on taxes and technological upgradation is increased by 5% to that of year 2010. To that of year 2010 on graphics development is increased by 10%, graphic development increased by 10%, and on salary it is increased by 25% but is decreased by 5% on R&D. Salary increased by 25%, and R&D decreases by 5%, and legal affair decreases by 14%, and advertisement decreases by 34%. So these are the changes that we have to do. Clearly the value of the 2010 is given, but 2012 is also given, but 2011 is not given. So we have to take the reference of 2010 values and do the required changes in all the heads that has been given to us, and then find out all the values for 2011, and then we have to do the total. These all tasks to be done. So let us start by the taxes and technological upgradation increased by 5%. So taxes value, we have to see taxes value in 2010. How much was that? Taxes value, if we see in 2010, so it is starting somewhere close to 90, and so we can take this as 8% something. So it can be written as 8% of, we have already calculated in the first question, so we can refer it from there also. But it was, let's say, let's take the fresh case, 8% of the total expenditure for 2010. We have to refer from the question again. So total expenditure for 2010 is 3550. So 8% of 3550, that is a taxes value. So that value came out to be 284. And on these taxes, they say the upgradation is increased by 5%. So we have to find out 5% increase over 84. So that can be found out by, so that's why we can find out a tax value in 2011 is nothing but 284 plus 5% of 284. Okay, 284 plus 5% of 284. And if we solve this, this comes out to be somewhere close to 298.5. This is somewhere close to 298.5. So this is the first increased value in tax. Let us find out the increased value in technological upgradation values. So if we see the technical upgradation value in 2010, how much is the technical upgradation value in 2010? That is somewhere close to, see, 5%. So we can write it down as 5% of our total value is 5600. Total value is 5600. So we have to find out 5 by 100. So it is 56 into 5 that we can do, is nothing but somewhere close to again 280. So this is again somewhere close to 280. And then we have to again increase by 5%. So if again 280 is increased by 5%, this is somewhere close to, why we have to increase by 5%? Because technological upgradation is also increased by 5%. So in 2011, we can say the technical upgradation value will become also 298.5. This way we have to find out the changes in each and every head. Wheresoever it is increased, we have to increase the value. Wheresoever it is decreased, we have to decrease the value accordingly. So two things have been done. Let us find out for graphic development. Graphic development in 2011 is increased by 10%. So graphic development value can be written as 10% more than the graphic development value in 2010. That is somewhere, that was somewhere close to 700 only. So we have to add like that was somewhere close to 710, let's say. So 710 plus 10% of 710, that is nothing but 71. So that value is somewhere close to 781. So this is the graphical graphic development in 2011. Similarly, we can find out the salary in 2011. For the salary, they have shown that there's a 25% increase. So we have to increase the salary by 25%. So to 25% of the value that was given to us, that was somewhere close to 1000 or something. Salary in 2011 is somewhere close to 1000. So we have to increase by 25%. So if we increase by 25%, this is somewhere close to 1250, somewhere close to 1250. Then we have to decrease the R&D value by 5%. So we have to decrease the R&D value by 5%. So R&D value in 2010 minus 5% of R&D value in 2010, that we have to solve. If we solve this, we get the value somewhere close to 405. And we have to continue this. And then we have to see 14% decrease in legal affairs. So legal affairs would be legal affair value in 2010 minus 14% of 2010. That value is calculated to be somewhere close to 305. Then we have to find out the final value for legal affair, decreased by 34%, and advertisement. Advertisement value is advertisement value in 2010 minus how much percent decrease? 34% of advertisement value in 2010, and this value is calculated somewhere close to 330. So these are the new values of 2011 that we have found out for each and every head. Now he asked for the total expenditure. So clearly we are supposed to add them all. 298.5 two times, then 781, then 1250, then 405. We have to add them all. And if we add them all, this total expenditure comes out to be, if we add them all, the total expenditure comes out to be 3,658 as the unit value in terms of crore. So this is the final answer, 3,658 crores. That is available in option number E becomes the right answer. Okay, so the question says the percentage breakup of sale of 6 models in 2 years is shown in the line graphs. So this is the line graph which is showing the percentage breakup of sale of 6 models in 2 years. Okay, so there is model called as alpha, beta, rho, delta, epsilon, and gamma. And on the y-axis, you can see the percentage of the percentage sale of the module of that particular model. Okay, and these data has been given for 2 years, 2011 and 2012. So 2011 has been represented by uh, this particular color, and 2012 has been represented by a square shape and this particular filled square, and this is represented by filled circle. So this is the data all about. Let us see the question and try to solve it. And one more thing has been given to us. Graph shows the percentage of sale of 6 models of mobile. So these are mobile models in the year 2011 and 2012. So percentage breaken has been given. Total sale of 2011 of the mobile is 44,440, and at the same time total sale of the mobile or in 2012 is 57,680. So these are the two numbers of the total sale, and their percentage breakup has been shown in the form of line graphs. Okay, let us read the question. The question says, what is the ratio of the number of alpha mobiles sold in 2011 to mobiles sold in 2012? So we have to see alpha 2011 and alpha 2012 as well. So let us see the alpha value. Alpha value in 2011 is 21. So it is 21%. So we can write alpha value in 2011 is nothing but 21% of the total value. The total value of 2011 was 44,440. So clearly this is the alpha value. And similarly, the alpha value in 2012, we also have to find out. That can be found out by watching the line graph. In the alpha line, 2012 value is 27%. So 27% of the total value of the 2012 sale is 57,680. So we have to find out these two values first. If we solve for this, the first one becomes 21 by 100 into 444 and 4440. If we cut down like this, so we can get the number. After solving this, we are getting the exact number, and that can be written as, if we want to write down, that can be written as 9332.4. This is the total sale of 2011 of the Alpha Mobile. If we see the total sale of Alpha Mobile 2012, we have to find out the 27%, 27 by 100 of 57,680. If we solve this further, this can also be solved, and the final number that is coming out to be, okay, so the final number that is coming out to be is going to be 27% of that we have to find out. Okay, so we have to compare like that. So the final number is coming out to be, after this, is something around 14,9966.8. This is the final number that is coming out to me. So these are the two numbers that we are receiving. Now we have to find out their ratio. So clearly we are supposed to find out the ratio of the alpha one first, that is 933.2.4 is to 1,49,996.8. So we have to find out these two ratio. By simplifying these two numbers, we can find out the ratio, and after simplifying, we reach to a value called as 0.62 is to 1. So that is the final calculation. We have to divide both the number. We can start dividing it by 2 first, then by one more time 2, as many times we can divide, and finally by the most simplified numbers are coming out to be 0.62 is to 1. So that is the final answer, which is available in option number B. Now, the same line graph is presented to us. We are supposed to answer the different question. The question says, by how much percent is the increase in sale of Delta in comparison to from 2011 to 2012 that of Rho? So what this question is asking is, we have to find out the percentage increase of Delta from 2011 to 12, and then percentage increase of Rho from 2011 to 12, and then we have to compare these two percentage increase and found out the real percentage increase by relating those two percentage increase. So first of all, let us find out the percentage increase of delta from 2011 to 2012. This is the first data that we have to find out. So clearly we can see from delta 2011 to 2012. So let us find out the delta value in 2011 first. For delta value in 2011, we have to see the delta line, and 2011 value is nothing but 16%. If you can see it here, so this has to be 16% of 44 and 44.0. This is the final value, and this is coming out to be exactly equal to 7110.4. That is the final value coming for delta 2011. If you want to calculate for delta 2012, we have to again see the graph first. Delta 2012 is again 16%, the same line graph. Okay, so this time, but this time around, this 16% will be calculated from the total value of 2012. That was nothing but 57,680. Okay, if we calculate this further and subtract and divide these numbers, we are getting the final value of delta 2012 as 9228.0. This is the final value for delta 2012 is coming. Now we have to find out the percentage increase of delta. So for finding out the percentage increase of delta, what do we do? Percentage increase is always calculated by the formula difference divided by the older or the lesser value into 100%. This is how we find out the percentage increase. So if we try to find out the percentage increase of delta from 2011 to 12, that can be found out by the difference first. So if we subtract these two numbers, we are supposed to subtract 9228 minus 7110.4 divided by the older value where the percentage increase actually started. That is nothing but 7110.4 into 100%. This is what we have to do. And if we solve this particular mathematical expression, we are getting the percentage increase exactly equal to 29.79%. So this is the percentage increase of delta. Now we are supposed to find out the percentage increase of rho as well. So we have to find out the similar values again. Rho value in 2011, then rho value in 2012. Let us find out rho value in 2011. So we have to see the chart first. Rho value in 2011 is nothing but 22%. So we have to use 22% of the total value of 2011 is 44,480. So this has to be 22%, 22 by 100 of 44,440, and this value comes out to be exactly 97.768. Okay, this is the exact value comes out to be. Similarly, we have to find out the rho value in 2012. We have to see the chart again. Rho value in 2012 is represented by the number called as 26%. So we have to find out the 26% of it. So it is 26 by 100 of total value of the 2012 sale is nothing but 57,680. So let us write it down here, 780. If we solve this further, this value is precisely coming equal to 1499.68. These are the two values that we are receiving for the row 2011-2012. Now again, we have to find out the percentage increase of the row mobile, and that will be again found out by the similar way. Increased value minus the lesser value, that is 1499.68 minus 977.68 divided by older value is always 977.68 and into 100%. This is what we are supposed to do. And if we solve this particular expression, this value is coming out to be 53.39%. So this is the percentage increase for row, 53.39%. And if we see the percentage increase of delta, that came out to be 29.79%. So we can write down here also percentage increase of delta came out to be nothing but 29.79%. Now, what was the question all about? The question asked by how much percent is the increase in sales of delta comparison to that of row. So we have to see how much percent more is the sale of row than compared to sale of delta. For that, we need to find out the difference. So obviously they are asking for by how much percent is the increase in sales of delta first. So delta has to be kept further. So obviously if you keep delta first, then you will have receive a negative sign. So percentage increase, if you want to know, that will come with a negative sign because the delta value is lesser. 29.79 minus 53.39 divided by, this has to be compared from 53.39 because that is the older value, 2011 value, into 100%. Now if you see the smaller value is the subtrahend and the larger value is the subtrahend. That is, the larger value is getting subtracted from the smaller value. So we'll receive a negative sign. Negative sign denotes that there is not an increase, but rather there is a decrease. And this calculation finally come out to be minus of 44.2%. So there is a decrease of 44.2% as the final answer. Let us see the option available. Yes, it is given as less by 44.2%. So that should become the right answer, less by 44.2%. Okay, now for the same line graphs, we have got a different question. The question says, how many models have registered higher sales volume in the year 2012? So this question can be easily done by just observing the line graph. How many models have registered higher sales than volume in the year 2012? So we have to compare 2012 and 11, and for as many times 2012 value are higher than the 2011 value, we have to count them and write here. So let us see, this can be done by visual inspection only. Let us see. So 2012 is represented by a square. So square 27% for the year, for the alpha, the 27% is obviously higher than the 21. So obviously 27% is higher. So alpha is there, for which 2012 sale is higher. If we see beta, the 2012 sales goes down, that is simply 17%, and the other one is 25%. Obviously 17% is lesser than 25%. Moreover, 17% of 57,680 will also be lesser than 25% of 40,440. So that's why we cannot count this as a count. So only alpha is there by now. Then we have for rho, clearly we can see that 26% is higher than 22%, and 26%, obviously if 26% of 57,000 something will even be higher than 22% of just the 44,000. So clearly we can count as rho as well, which is higher than 216% values are given. So obviously in this case also 2012 will be higher, because 16% of 57,630 will be higher than the same 16% of 44,440. So clearly 2012 will be, value will be higher. So we can keep for 2012 and for the mobile called as delta as well. Okay, we have counted 3 by now. Let us see further. Now again this square goes down and circle remains up, so there is no comparison. If we go for the last one, yes, 6% is higher than 4%. So 6% of 57,680 will also be higher than 4% of 44,440. So clearly we can count for gamma mobile also. So there are 4 such cases coming in which the sales of the 2012 is higher than the sales of 2011 set. So that's why option number C, that is 4, is the right answer. Now, for the same line graph, we are supposed to answer a question. The question says, if the declining trend in beta mobile is projected to continue in 2013 as well. Okay, so there is a declining trend. If you can see from 2012, there's a declining trend. And they say that for 2013 also it continues. What would be approximate beta model sales in that year? So we have to tell the same way what will be the beta model approximate sale. So let us try to find out what is the question asked. So clearly we have to see first of all the sale of beta in 2011. Then we'll find out the sale of beta in 2012, and then we'll try to watch out how much percent decrease is there. That much percent decrease has to be followed after 2012 while entering into 2013, and the similar percentage decrease will be applied to 2012 value of the beta sales, and that will give us the 2013 estimated value, and that will be our answer. Okay, so let us find out the sales of beta in 2011 first. We are finding beta sales in 2011. So we have to see the graph. Beta sale in 2011 is clearly 25%. So we have to write 25% off, and the sale in 2011 was 44,440. So 25% of 44,440 is exactly comes out to be 1111, and that is what it is. What 4 times 1, and then we are supposed to find out rather 11110, and then we have to supposed to find out the other one, 25% of it. So this 0 gets cut down, and then we can solve for this, and 1111 is coming, and there will be one more 0 coming like this. Now let us find out the sale of beta in 2012. Okay, that can be seen from the chart itself. Sale of beta in 2012 is represented by this square, which is 17%. So clearly we have to find out 17% of, and sale in 2012 was 57,680. So clearly we have to find out this particular thing first, and this comes out to be exactly 9805.6. So this is the sale in 2012 and this is the sale in 2011. Now we have to find out the trend. The trend is nothing but how much percent decrease is there from 2011 to 2012. So percentage decrease from 2011 to 2012 that we are supposed to find out, and that can be found out as increased value, that is the higher value, minus the lower value, that is 9805.6, divided by always the older value comes in the denominator. Older value is nothing but 1 1 1 1 and 0. There are 4 times 1 and 0. Okay, now if is n into 100%, because there is a percentage thing being asked, so if we solve this further, this precisely comes out to be 11.74%. So there is a decrease of 11.74% seen from 11 to 12. They say the declining trend in beta mobile is projected to continue in 2013 as well. That means the similar percentage decrease will be followed in 2013 as well. So for that, we need to find out the value of 2012 data value and decrease it by the same percentage, and we're going to reach to the final 2013 value of data beta component. So let us find out. So beta value in 2012 is given as beta value in 2012 is nothing but 9805. Okay, the beta value 2000. So we have to find out beta value in 2011, rather 2012, minus 11.74% of beta value in 2012. That will be the actual beta value in 2013, because he says the same trend continues. So let us write down the value here. Beta value in 2012 was nothing but 9805.6 minus 11.74% of 9805.6, and that will be the ultimate beta 2013 value. If we solve this particular expression, mathematical expression, we are reaching to a value called as approximately equal to 8654. So that should be the right answer, 8654. Let us see where it is available. It is available in option number E, becomes the right answer for us. Now the same line graph is to be followed, and we are supposed to answer a different question. He's saying, what was the ratio of combined sale of two highest selling mobiles to that two lowest selling mobiles in 2012? So we just have to see the data for 2012, and we have to find out the ratio of two highest selling to two lowest selling mobiles. So let us find out two higher selling mobiles. So clearly, whenever the data is to be seen from 2012 only, so the total value is 57,680. So we can easily deal in terms of percentages, because the total remains same for 2012. So percentages can be added also, that is equivalent to adding the actual sale. So let us add for the highest selling mobiles. So highest selling mobiles for 2012 are Alpha, which is on the very high thing, and also Row, which is on the second highest, which is the second highest. So we can clearly add them, 27 plus 26, that is the total combined sale in terms of percent, that is nothing but 53. So we can clearly write down the highest selling is 53%, 53% of the total sale of 57,680. Okay, this is the combined one. Okay, now let us find out the similar ratio for the lowest out of 2012. We are not solving this particular equation because the total remains same, and when we'll be doing the ratio part, this total can be cancelled out. So we are not solving this like that. Now the sum of two lowest, that we have to find out lowest sales. So lowest sale in 2012 can be found out the very decreased value, that is nothing but one is 6% and another one is 8%, if you can see, and we can add them together, that is 14%. So clearly it becomes 14% of 57,680. So we have to find out these ratio. So clearly the ratio can be found out, that because these two things get cancelled out, 100 and 100 get cancelled out, this comes out to be somewhere close to 53 is to 14, and 53 is to 14 is not among the options. So we have to simplify this. So if we cut 53 by 14, we're going to get to a value of 3.78 is to 1. Okay, 14 cuts 53 by 3.78, and 14 1 ja 14. So this should be the ultimate ratio, 3.78 is to 1. So let us see where it is available. It is available in option number A, becomes the right answer. Now we have got a different line graph. Now we have to study the line graph first, interpret the data, and then only we can answer all the questions accordingly. Let us see the data first. The data says line graph below shows the input used in agriculture in the year 2011 and 12. total expenditure is 7,659 crore and 14,610 crore respectively in the year 2011 and 2012. So two particular two total particular expenditure have been provided for 11 and 12 separately. So the graph and answer, okay. So clearly we have to see the graph. So 11 and 12. So there are various heads in which the agriculture expenditure has been happened. There is we can see insecticides, there are fertilizer, there are seeds, there are electricity and diesel, and there is this biodegradable waste. So these are the five heads on which the expenditure has been done. And the y-axis represent the percentage breakup. Y-axis represent the percentage breakup in terms of the percentage value of 2011 being represented by circle and 2012 being represented by square. So we have got the data now. Now let us try to do the question. The question says total expenditure on electricity and diesel in the year 2012 exceed the similar in 2011 by approximately how much rupees. So clearly we'll have to find out both the values separately. We cannot use the percentage thing because the total value for 11 and 12 are two different values. So percentages cannot be compared now. So let us find out both the values first. First of all, we're going to find out the expenditure on electricity and diesel for the year 2011. Let us see the value there. Electricity and diesel in 2011, which is represented by filled circle, is nothing but 7.2%. Okay, for 2011, it has to be 7.2%. So let us find out the value. It has to be 7.2 divided by 100. 7.2 divided by 100 into, and 2011 value is nothing but the value of 2011 is given out to be 7659 crore rupees. So we have to find out this value first. 7.2% of 7659, that will be the first value. Okay, so we can do it by multiple ways. We can cut down these numbers as well, and at the same time we can solve them by multiplying and dividing also. Okay, so by solving this 7.2 by 100 into 7659, okay, we can find out the real value, and the real value comes out to be, the final value that comes out to be is 551.448. This is the final value that comes out to be. Expenditure is, and obviously the unit is crore. We are not counting that because we have to again answer in terms of difference. This is the first value. Now let us find out the expenditure of electricity and diesel in the year 2012. So if we see the 2012 line graph, which is represented by square, and electricity and diesel component of that is to be seen, that is nothing but 3.2. So clearly we have to find out 3.2% of the total expenditure in 2012 was nothing but 14,610. So this is what is the expression in front of us. That is 3.2% of 14,610. That is the total expenditure in 2012, and that we have to answer. And obviously the value has to be divided by 100 so that it comes out to be in percentage value, and this actual value comes out to be 467.52 crores. Obviously the unit is crore, that is not being written because that can be easily subtracted. Okay, so if what is it, what they are saying, the total expenditure, so clearly we need to add them. The other total expenditure on electricity distributed 2011 exceed the similar in 2000 by approximately what rupees. So we have to subtract it. So let us subtract these two values. So if you subtract these two values, you're going to get the final answer. The one value is 551.448 and the another value is 467.52. These are the two values. If you subtract them, this total comes out to be 83.928 crore. That should be the right answer. 83.928 crore is the right answer for us. Now we have got a different question. Okay, for the same line graph, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says what? The question says line graph shows the input used in agriculture in the year 2011 2012. Total expenditure is 7,659 crore. This is the same line graph, the same line graph being used. They are asking for usage of fertilizer increased by what percent in the year 2011 to 2012. The fertilizer uses increased by what percent? So clearly we have to find out the fertilizers used in 11 first, then we have to use fertilizer used in 12 first, and then we have to find out how much percent increase is there in between them. So let us find out one by one. Uses of fertilizer in the year 2011, that's what we want to know. So we have to see the fertilizer head. Fertilizer head is the second one, and 2011 is being represented by circle. So clearly we can see the circle value is coming out to be 31. The 2012 11 is being used by circle. So fertilizer used in 2011 should be represented as 31.6. So it has to be 31.6% of it has to be 31.6% of the total value in 2011, and total value 2011 is nothing but 7659 crore. So this is the final value, 31.6% of 7659 crores. So let us try to find out this. Obviously, again, this particular mathematical expression can be solved by dividing it, and we can approximate this also, but this has to be a precise calculation. So we have to answer it the same way. We have to calculate it mathematically simply. So it has to be 31.6% of 7659 crores. That is the final value. So if we solve this further, this actual value is coming out to be 2420.244 crores. This is the value. Let us find out the fertilizer used in 2012. Fertilizer used in 2012 can be found out as 2012 is represented by square. So square value is 16.2%. So it has to be 16.2% of, and 2012 total expenditure is nothing but 14,610 crore. So again, we have got an expression that is 16.2% of 14,610 crores. And if we solve this further expression, this value comes out to be 2,366.82 crores. So these are the two values that we have received. Now they are asking fertilizer increased by what percent in the year two. So what is the percentage increase that they're asking? So obviously we can see we have got two values here, 2011 and 2012 as well. Okay, one was 31% and one was 16.2%. So if we clearly have these values, we can find out the percentage increase. So rather there is no increase, there has been a continuous decrease. So the right answer for this question is, obviously there is no increase, so there has to be decrease. The right answer is there is a decrease. Okay, they are asked for the fertilizer increase by what percent, it has to be a decrease. Okay, so answer is not available in these all options. There has to be another option which should say there is no decrease, there is no rather increase. There should be a one more option here which should say there is no increase, because we can clearly see that there has been a decrease in the use of fertilizer. Okay, that is the right answer. Now, the same line graph, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says, due to central government initiated program, it is estimated that the use of biodegradable waste improved by approximately 15.7 lakh. Okay, in 2013. So 2013 is the year in which the data is not given, but they are approximating that due to central government initiative program, the biodegradable waste improved by approximately 15.7 lakh. So whatever would have been the value of biodegradable waste in the year 2012, we have to increase it by 15.7 lakh, and that would 15.7 lakh tons, that will be the value in 2013. But that will be just the production. And what data we have been given? We have been the data given for expenditure. Here they are talking about 15.7 lakh ton, that is the quantity, not the sale. Now, if the price remain the same in the year 2012, he says the price remains same, but the price are not given. They have just given the total expenditure. They have not given any price. Okay, their expenditure increased on it in 2013 in rupees. So clearly, we have been not provided with the price. Okay, so the price value is not given to us. This information is hidden. So obviously, if the price per ton or per kg or per quintal is not provided, then we cannot find out the expenditure for in the year 2013, because expenditure can be found out only when you have got a price into the weight, price into kg. That will be the expenditure earned. But the quantity is given, but the price of per kg or per quintal or per ton has not been provided. So clearly this question cannot be answered. The answer becomes option number E, cannot be determined, because the data is missing there. Now, for the same line graph, we are supposed to answer a question. Use of insecticide decreased by what percent in the year 2012 as compared to 2011? So we have to see the insecticides and we have to find out the percentage decrease. So let us find out the insecticide value in the year 2011 first. Insecticide in the year 2011. For that, we need to see the graph. So in the graph, we can see insecticide is the first head itself, and 2011 is represented by filled circle. The value is 18.6%. We can clearly see that. So in 2011, the value is 18.6%. So clearly, we have to find out the 18.6% of the total expenditure. That is nothing but 7,659 crores. Okay, this is the value that we have to find out. 18.6% of 7,659. Clearly we can solve this particular question by doing some simple mathematics, the simple elementary or basic mathematics. 18.6% of 7,659, and this value exactly comes out to be 1424.57 crores. This is the value that comes out to be 18.6%. Now, let us find out the expenditure of insecticide in the year 2012. If we want to go for this 2012 insecticide value, that is nothing but given as 31%. So it has to be 31% of the total expenditure in 2012 was 14,610. If we solve this, again we have got a simple mathematical expression, that is 31 into 14,610 and divided by 100 we have to do, and if we solve this exactly, this comes out to be 4529.1 cr. So these are the two values. So clearly we can see the insecticide decrease is, it is not decreased in 2012, rather it has been an increase. Okay, it has been an increase, and we can find out the percentage increase also. If you want to know the percentage increase, this can be found out as well. That is nothing but the higher value minus the lesser value divided by the older value, that is 1424.57, and into 100% that we have to do. So if we solve this further, we can obviously find out the value. So the expression is 4529.1 cr, and we have to subtract from this 1424.57 cr, and then that particular thing has to get divided. So this value is coming out to be 3104.53 cr has to get divided by 1424.57 and into 100% we have to do. So clearly we have to do some mathematics here, and this number has to get divided by 1424.57, and this comes out to be 2.179, and if you multiply it by 100, the value comes out to be somewhere close to 217.92%. So this much has been the increase, 21700.92%. So it is not given in the option. The right option is there is not a decrease, but rather there is an increase. An increase of 217.92% has happened. That should become the right answer. Now, for the same line graph, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says the overall percentage increase in the expenditure on agriculture in 2012 is. So we have to find out the overall percentage increase in the expenditure. So we have to find out clearly the total expenditure in 2011 is given. Total expenditure of 2012 is also given. We have to find out the percentage increase. Percentage increase is obviously find out by the higher value first, that is 14,610 minus the lower value, then 7659 divided by the lower value, that is 7659, and all the units are in crore, so we are not using them into 100%. So this will be the actual percentage increase value. Okay, and if you solve this particular expression first, okay, so we can get the value how much percent increase has happened, that is 14,610 minus 7,659, and this value is exactly coming out to be 90.75%. This can be achieved by simple mathematics, and this option is available in option number D. So it becomes the right answer from there. Now we have got two different pie charts given to us. For the next question, we have to understand the pie chart first, then only we can answer the question. The pie chart says, pie chart given below shows the major source of income and expenditure of a hospital. So there is one pie chart represent income and one pie chart represent the expenditure. Okay, this is for income, this is for expenditure of a hospital. The total income is 4,000 crore, that is mentioned here also. Total income is 4,000 crore and total expenditure is 3,900 crore, that is also mentioned here, 3,900 crore. Study the chart. Okay, so we have already studied the chart, and see the pie chart has got we need to understand what is pie chart. So if we see the pie chart, there is a thing represented as 90 degree. If you can see, if you can refer to this pie chart, this has been represented as 90 degree and the value is of investment. So how we can understand this as, see the total angle, central angle of a pie chart is always 360 degree. So how we can see this is, if we want to know the total investment value, see what value we have got, investment value, that we don't know. We want to know what is the investment expenditure, total expenditure rather. This is the case for total income. We want to know the what is the income from investment value. Okay, what is the income from investment value, that we want to know. Total income has been given to us as 4,000 cr. Okay, is given to as 4,000 cr, and the angle for investment head Angle for investment head is given as 90 degree, and we know the total angle of a pie chart is always given as 360 degree. That is a triangular angle. So how does a pie chart solve a particular head's value? How we can actually find out investment value is that whatever is the connection between the angle of investment with the angle of total angle, the similar connection will be that is 90 by 360, which is nothing but 1 by 4. So whatever is the connection, whatever is the ratio between the angle of investment to the total investment, the similar will be the ratio between investment value over the total value, that is 4,000. So what we are saying here is that 90 by 360 will be actually equal to investment income divided by the total income, that is 4,000 CR. This is how the pie chart is related. Okay, 90 degree to 360 degree will be the connection between investment income and the total income, that is 4,000 crore. Okay, so clearly 90 by 360 is given by 1 by 4. So investment income and the total income also have got a ratio of 1:4, where the 4 part is 4,000. So obviously the 1 part will be 1,000 crore. So investment income is nothing but 1,000 crore. So this is how we can find out the value of any of the heads of a pie chart using this angle connection. So let us see the question given to us. Okay, so we have got investment head, we have got donation and grant, 36 degrees non-medical, 108 degrees medical services, 54 degrees space, and for the expenditure also various heads have been represented using the angles. Okay, so let us find out the question first. What percent of money is saved? So clearly money saved will be calculated as first of all nothing but the total income minus the total expenditure. This is how the money saved will be calculated. Total income is how much? 4,000 CR minus total expenditure is how much? 3,900 CR. So how much is the money saved? Is nothing but 100 crore. We can see it here. 100 crore is the money saved, and they have asked this thing in percentage terms. So we have to clearly find out the percentage of this 100 crore over the total income. Okay, always the percentage of money saved is calculated from the total income. So percentage of money saved is nothing but total money saved, that is 100 CR, divided by the total income, that is 4,000 CR, multiplied by 100%. So this is how we can find out the total percentage of money saved. And if we solve this further, this comes out to be precisely 2.5%. So this much money is saved. And let's see where it is available. It is available in option number E, becomes the right answer. Now, for the same two pie chart, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says, if donations are banned and expenditure pattern remains the same, and the burden is taken by research and the leftover by the employee bonus, what amount will be deducted from the bonus approximately? So what this question is actually suggesting is, if the donations are banned, so the hospital was getting a good income from donations angle, that is 72 degree. Let us find out first what was the actual income that the hospital was getting from the donations. So the angle of donation is given as 72 degree. Angle of donation angle is nothing but 70 degree. Total angle is nothing but always 360 degree. So what is the connection between donation angle and total angle? That is 72 by 360, that is nothing but 1 by 5. This similar ratio should be there between the donation income coming from donation to the total income, that is nothing but 4,000 CR. Okay, so let us find out how much donation is coming. Donation income is coming, so we have to find this out. So donation income is nothing but 5 divides 4,000, that is 800 CR. So donation income is nothing but 800 CR. So this much was the income coming from the donation. Now what has happened? They are saying the donations are banned now. So if they are banned, so this income is not coming. So if this income is not coming, they will have to reduce some of the expenditure so that this income can be reimbursed, or this income can be rather adjusted. Because we are not receiving 800 crores, so we have to reduce some expenditure so that this 800 crore scarcity of or lag due to this 800 crore can be adjusted. And where they are adjusting this, they're saying the burden is taken by research and the leftover by employee bonus. So the research, so clearly we have to adjust this research, we have to reduce the research expenditure at least by 800 crore. And if if the research expenditure was already lesser than 800 crore, for example, the research expenditure was 700 crore only. So only 700 crore out of this 800 crore will be adjusted. So rest of the 100 crore will have to be adjusted from the leftover by the employee bonus. So the rest of the 100 crore will be adjusted by the bonus. This is how the question is defined. And then they're asking how much bonus will be reduced. So clearly we need to first of all find out what was the expenditure happening in research so that this donation can be adjusted there. So let us find out the expenditure that was happening in research, and it is clearly given as 73.85 degree. Okay, so let us find out for this. We have to find out 73.85 degree. Whatever ratio is holded is whatever ratio this 73.85 degree holds with 360 degree, similar should be the ratio between research expenditure to the total expenditure, which is nothing but 3900 cr. So using this thing we can find out the research expenditure value, and if we solve this further, the research expenditure comes out to be 800.04 cr. So let us see the situation. Now, expenditure in research was happening as to 800 CR, and the donation that is not coming now was 800 CR. So they were to adjust the donation in research head. So clearly they will have to shut down their expenditure in the research head. And if they shut down this 800 crore, they will not have to rather spend, and that will be actually equivalent to an adjustment done of scarcity of the income received from the donation. Okay, so clearly roundabout we can say that there will be no effect if we adjust this in the research head. There will be no effect done because whole 800 crore income is getting adjusted in the research head that was earlier 800 crore also. So answer is E, no effect done. Now, the same two pie charts, the question is, what is the ratio of expenditure on salary and supplies? So we have to find out the expenditure of salary and supply. Now, here's the thing. See, the total expenditure is same. Total expenditure is 3,900, and we have to find out the ratio of expenditure only, so we can compare the percentage values directly because the total head is same, total expenditure is same. So we can compare these two values in terms of simply percentage. That will also give the right ratio. We don't need to convert the ratio values, rather the percentage value or rather the angle values into the actual expenditure and then compare. We can actually compare them directly using percentages only because the total percentage, total maximum total is same. Okay, so we can just simply compare these two things in terms of percentage only. Okay, so what is the thing they are asking? The ratio of expenditure of salary and supply. So if you see the expenditure chart, the salary has been written as 92.31 degree. So we can simply compare 92.31 degree is to the ratio of supplies. Supply angle is given as 46.15 degree. So whatever is the ratio of these two, similar will be the ratio of salary expenditure to supply expenditure. Why we can say that? Because the total angle is 360 degree and the total expenditure is also the same. So whatever is the ratio between these two, similar will be the ratio between salary and supplies. Let us see where it is available. And it is almost double. 46.15 double is 92.30. So it is approximately double only. So clearly the ratio becomes option number D, 2:1. Now, for the same chart, they are asking how many times 1% of income from non-medical services is the other expenses. Okay, so let us find out the 1% of income from non-medical medical services first. So let us see the income chart. Income chart is this 1% of non-medical. So we have to find out the 1% of non-medical. For that, we need to find out the income coming from non-medical. Okay, from non-medical sources. For that, we need to find out, see, and income coming from non-medical resources we have to find out, and angle represented is 36 degree. So income will, whatever will be the income, uh, whatever will be the connection between the income received from non-medical expenditure, non-medical component to the total income received. Total income is 4,000 CR. Whatever will be the ratio of these two income heads, income received from non-medical to total income, that same connection is there between their angles also, that is 36 degree, and the total angle is obviously 360 degrees. So clearly we can see it is 1/10 of it. So clearly we can see that income received from non-medical non-medical heads is nothing but 1/10 of 4,000 CR, that is nothing but 4 1/10 of 4,000 CR, that is nothing but 400 CR. Okay, that is the value. Okay, 36 by 360 is holded as 1/10. This is the income. Now we have to find out 1% of it. So 1% of income from non-expenses, non-medical is nothing but 1% of 400. 1% of 400 is nothing but 4 CR. So that is the 1% of income from non-medical expenses. Now the other one is the other expenses. So we have to find out the other expenses. Okay, other expenses value is nothing but, as given in this pie chart, is 27.5, rather 69%. 27.69% of the total expenditure was 3,900 CR. So we have to find out this value. 27.69% of, rather it is not percent, that is in angle, 26.69 degree to angle holded as 360 degree. uh, the similar will be the angle between, similar between the will be the value of the other expenses. So if we solve this further, we can clearly find out this value is coming out to be 3 CR. So that is the value of other expenditure. He asked that 1% of income from non-medical, how many times 1% of income is the other expenses. Other expenses is how many times of the non-medical expenditure. That is, we are supposed to find out what is the connection between 3 and 4. So it is nothing but 3 by 4 times. Okay, 3 CR by 4 CR. So it has to be 3 by 4 side times. That is nothing but 0.75 times. That becomes the right answer. Now, the 50th question says income from medical services is increased by 10% and from non-medical services is decreased by 10%. So let us first increase and decrease them, and then we can read the further question. Okay, let us do that. Income from medical is increased by 10%. What was the income from medical earlier? If we see, the income from medical can be found out by 108 degrees angle. So income from medical, okay, earlier income can be found out as 108 out of 360 to 4,000 CR. This is how we can find out. And there is a 10% increase in it. So after doing the 10% increase, we can find out what is the increase value. 10 by 100, 10% of 108 by 360 degree, the angle connection, into 4,000 CR. And this value particularly comes out to be 120 CR. So this is the percentage increase, that is 10% increase in the income from non-medical services, income from medical services rather. Then he says there's a decrease by 10%, okay, in non-medical service. So we have to find out the decrease in non-medical service. So for that, we need to find out what is the non-medical service decrease. What is the non-medical service value? The income value, non-medical service value income value can be represented. It is represented here by 36 degree. So clearly it has to be 36 by 360 into the total income, that is 4,000 CR. Okay, and there has been a 10% decrease in this. So clearly again we have to find out the 10% of this value. This is nothing but 10 by 100 of 36 by 360 of 4,000 CR, and which comes out to be precisely 80 CR. So this is the 10% of medical income. This is the 10% of non-medical income, 120 CR and 80 CR. What they are asking is, and the hospital decides to utilize the net profit. So net profit can be come out by subtracting this income, these two income values. So what is the net profit? Net profit can be calculated by subtracting these two income, that is 120 CR minus 80 CR, which is coming out to be exactly 40 CR. Oh, this is the net profit. They are saying they are not keeping this net profit with the company. What they are doing, these net profit from these two on free medical checkup of poor. This particular budget will be utilized for free medical checkup of the poor. Then how many people can be benefited from the scheme if the expenses on each individual is 125 rupees? So now what the question becomes, the total budget that we have is 40 CR, and expenses on one person or one individual is rupees 125. 40 CR, rupees 40 CR and rupees 125 CR. So how many people can be benefited? So obviously number of people that can be benefited is nothing but the total budget of 40 CR divided by budget to be used on one person, that is 125 rupees only. Okay, so clearly if we divide these two values, this has to be 120. So this value comes out to be precisely 64 lakh rupees. So that becomes the right answer. So one person can be, number of individual that can be covered is 64 lakh in the net profit. So that is option number A becomes the right answer. Okay, so the question says there's a data interpretation and the data has been represented through two charts. So figure 1 and figure 2 represents the two chart. So the pie chart shows, figure 1 shows the export of various goods from Mumbai and figure 2 shows exports of the good from the rest of the cities. Okay, and the distribution is represented in figure and figure 2 respectively. We can understand this representation. See, if you see the first chart, the total particular export is 40 million and the distribution of that 40 million has been presented in the various data. For example, food grain has been given 30% of 14 billion, 20% is the handicraft, 110% out of it is handloom, 15% is spices, and 25% is ornament. Similarly, we can understand for the export from other cities, the total export from other cities 120 million, and the distribution of this 120 million has been given. For example, 17.5% spices, 25% ornament, and so on. All the distribution heads have been provided in the form of percentage. Okay, so let us take on the question. The question says, what is the contribution of other cities in the export of ornament? So we have to see the other city chart. Other city chart is this, and in this chart we have to see the ornament contribution. So let us see the ornament contribution in this chart. Ornament is being represented by 25%. 25% of what? Total is 120 billion. So ornament contribution is nothing but 25%, 25 by 100 of 120 million. That is the total uh, contribution of ornament. So it comes out to be 25 by 100 is nothing but 1 by 4. 1 by 4 of 120 is nothing but 13 million. So this much has to be the contribution of the ornament from the other cities, 30 million. That becomes the right answer, option number B. Now, in the same charts, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says, what percent export of handloom and ornaments from Mumbai is to the export of food grains and handicraft from other states approximately? So clearly, what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to find out the total contribution of handloom and ornament from Mumbai, and at the same time, we have to find out total contribution of food grain and handicraft from other states, and then we have to find out their respective relative percentages out of each of other. So for that, let us find out the first one, that is handloom and ornament from Mumbai. Let us see the chart for that. Mumbai chart is this. Handloom percentage is 20% and ornament percentage is 25%. So total becomes handloom plus ornament. We are talking about Mumbai. Its total percentage is 20 plus 25, that is 45%. And 45% of what? 45% of the total export from Mumbai, that is 40 million. So this has to be the contribution of the first part of the question, that is handloom and ornament from Mumbai. If we solve this out further, 20 plus 25% is going to be 45%. Okay, so let us see what is happening. Export of handloom and ornament from Mumbai. So we are supposed to find a handloom and ornament. So it has to be 20 handloom and ornament. It's not has to be handicraft and ornament. So it's not has to be handicraft. It has to be rather handloom. Handloom is 10% and ornament is 25%. So this is not 45, rather this is exactly equal to 25 plus 10, that is 35% of 40 million. This has to be the right value. So if we solve this further, 35% of 40 million. Okay, so this exact value of this is coming out to be exactly 14 million. Okay, exactly 14 million. That is the Mumbai handloom and ornament contribution. Let us see the other part of the question, that is food grains and handicraft from other state. Food grains and handicraft. Food grain from the other chart is food grain is 30% and handicraft is 7.5%. So total food grain plus handicraft for other cities becomes 7.5 plus 30, that is 37.5%. 37.5% of what? Of the total export from other cities, that is 120 million. So we are supposed to find out this calculation, which exactly comes out to be 45 million. So now we have got two data. One is 14 million, then next one is 45 million. Now let us see the connection. What percent export of handloom from Mumbai is to that of? So clearly we have to find out first is to second. Okay, this is how it is to be related. First is to second. First is 14. So we have to frame it like the required percentages. First is to second. First was 14. Second was 45 into 100%. So we are actually about to find out 14 is what percent of 45. If we solve this clearly, this comes out to be exactly 31%. And that should be the right answer. Option number D, 31%. Now let's see the another question. The same chart to be used for the question given. The ratio of export of spices and handloom from Mumbai to that from other cities. So we have to find out spices and handloom from Mumbai first. So let us see the Mumbai chart. Spices and handloom. Spices value is 15% and the other one is handloom. Handloom value is 10%. So this is equivalent to 25% of 25% off into total value is 40 million. This is what we found out. We found out spices plus handloom for Mumbai city. This is what we exactly found out. Okay, 25% of 40, that is nothing but equal to exactly 10 million. 10 million. That is the first value for the Mumbai case. Now let us find out the other value from the other cities. The same thing is to be found out. Other cities, spices plus handloom. Spices value is 17.5% and handloom values is 12.5%. So spices plus handloom for other city we have to find out. This has to be 17.5 plus 7.5. It has to be 17.5 plus 7.5. Rather, it has to be spices and handloom. So spices is 17.5, handloom is 12.5. So 17.5 plus 12.5 is nothing but 30. 30% of total value is 120 million for the other cities. If we solve this further, this comes out to be, we can cut down this number by any way. So it has to be exactly equal to 36 million. So these are the two values. He's asking for ratio of first to second. So ratio of 10 to 36. That's what we are supposed to find out. Ratio of 10 to 36. So it is nothing but 10 is to 36. 10 is to 36, and we can clearly simplify this. This is nothing but 5 is to 18. So that should become the right answer. 5 is to 18. So let us find out. In the option, it is given as option number A, 5 is to 18. That is the right answer. Now, for the same chart, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says, due to shortage of food grains, the central government decreased the export of food grains by 10%. By what percent of the revenue of central government from export will be reduced? So clearly what we are supposed to find out, first of all, we are supposed to find out the decreased value in the food grain by 10%. Okay. And then we have to see that due to this particular decrease, what has been the decrease in the Mumbai and in the other states. We have to find out for both the things, Mumbai and other cities. That should be the total decrease from India, and that particular total decrease is what percent of the total revenue. That is the final thing that we have to find out. So let us go one by one. The first thing that we have to find out is export of food grains by 10% in Mumbai. So Mumbai export of food grain. Okay, that's what we are supposed to find out. And there is a 10% decrease. So it has to be 10 by 100 of export from Mumbai of food grain. So let us see the Mumbai chart. Food grain was 30%. So 10 by 100 of 30% of the total value was nothing but 40 million. So this has to be the first calculation, which comes out to be 1.2 million. So this is the total decrement value of food grains from Mumbai. Let us find out for the other cities. For the other cities, the same food grain, what is the decrement? He said again it is 10%. So we have to again find out 10% of what is the food grain value for the other cities. Food grain value of the other cities is nothing but food grain for the other cities is given by nothing but 30%. Again in the same case, earlier also it was 30. So 30 by 100 into this time around the total is 120 million. So it has to be 120 is equal to, if we find out this value comes out to, we can cut down as many number as possible. Okay, so if we cut down like this has to be coming exactly equal to 3.6 million. So these are the two different decreases. Now let us find the total decrease. So total decrease is nothing but the sum of these two. So it has to be 3.6 plus 1.2. That is nothing but 4.8 million. That is the total decrease. Now he found out, we are supposed to find out by what percent the total revenue export will be reduced. So this decrement is what percent of the total revenue. That's what we are supposed to find out. So this particular decrease is what percent of the total revenue. Total revenue is 120 for other and 40 for Mumbai. So it has to be 120 plus 40. That is the total revenue. And the percentage of it is to be found out from the total decreased value, that is 4.8. If we solve this further, this value comes out to be 3% exactly. And that should become the right answer, which is available in option number C. And this is how it goes. Okay, now for the same question, we are supposed to find out, for the same pie chart, we are supposed to find out a different question. Is asking for if export of spices from other cities increased by 30%. Okay, this is what is the first line he's saying. Export of spices from other cities increased by 30%. That is the thing he's saying. And the total export of other cities will increase by. So clearly he's saying that if the export of spices from other cities increased by 30%, then calculate that the total export of other cities will increase by how much percent. Okay, so clearly we are supposed to find out the first thing first. That is what he has said. The first thing he has said is export of spices from other cities. Okay, so we clearly will find out what is the total increment of the export of spices from the other cities, and then after that we'll be in a condition to give the total export from other cities. Okay, so let us just quickly do that. He's saying export of spices from other cities increased by 30%. So let us find out what is the increase. So increase is nothing but export of spices. Spices in the other city chart is spices is given by 17.5%. So it has to be 17.5% of 75% of 120 million. This is the original value, and this has been increased by 30%, he said. So into 30 by 100. So this will be the total increment. Okay, so if we solve this further, this comes out to be precisely 6.3 million. This is what is the exact value of the increment coming out to be. He had asked that what will be the impact of this. The total export of the city will increase by how much percent? So because of this increment, what will be the total export? So total export of the other city is given by 120. So we have to find out this 6.3 million is what percent of the total export, that is 120. So clearly we have to find out this 6.3 is what percent of the total export, that is 120. This is how we found out that 6.3 divided by 120 into 100%. If we solve this further, we can cut down the numbers, and the final value that is coming out to be is 5.25%. So that should become the right answer, which is available in option number D. So it becomes the right answer from there. Okay, so we have a different chart and data interpretation questions. So pie charts are given. So let us understand what is this, what are these pie chart representing. Okay, the question says the pie chart given below depict the sources of income of NGO. Depict the sources of income of NGOs. Okay, study the chart and answer the question. So these are the sources. So let us study the chart. So total income is 54 CR. That is the total income. And out of that total income 54 CR, there has been a distribution given. Distribution says 24.9% of this 54 CR is coming from investment, 17.9% is coming from investment on saving, 8.9 from other, and 48.3% is coming from the large chunk, that is donations. Now inside the donation, where all the donation is coming, that distribution is presented here. So exactly 48.3% of 54 crore is the donation total value, and out of that total donation value, what is the internal distribution that has been given in the below pie chart, which says that 26% of the total donation value is secret donation, 56% from central government, and 18% from NRI donation. So this is how the pie charts being related. Now let us see the question now. He's asking income generated from other sources. So clearly we have to see other source is 8.9%. So income generated from other source will be nothing but income from other source will be simply 8.9%. That is 8.9 by 100 into total income, that is 54 CR. So clearly we are supposed to solve this, a simple mathematical expression. And if we solve this further, this precisely comes out to be 4.8 CR. That is the right answer, 4.8 crore, which is available in option number B becomes the right answer. Now, for the same charts, we are supposed to answer a different question. How much income is generated from secret sources? So clearly, we have to see the secret sources distribution value, which is not among the first pie chart, but rather it is in the second pie chart. And this is the secret donation. So secret donation is actually 26% of the donations. Donation itself is 48.3% of the total 54 crore. This is the connection done. So let us do the same way. The secret the secret source income. We are supposed to find out the secret source income. So the secret source income is nothing but, we can write down here, secret source income is nothing but first of all 26% of the donation. So 26% of the donation value. Donation in itself is nothing but 48.3% of the total, in itself nothing but 40 48.3% of the total income, that is 54 cr. So if we relate these two expression using D, we can write down the total secret source income is nothing but 26% of 48.3% of the total income, that is 54 cr. This is how we can mathematically relate them. And if we solve this particular expression, then this value is finally coming out to be total equal to 6.78 crore. This can be solved by simple mathematics. 6.78 crore is the final value that is coming, and which is clearly available in option number D. So it becomes the right answer there. Now, the question says, for the same pie chart, the ratio of income from investment and secret sources. So clearly in the first question, we just found out the total income from secret source. We just find out in the last question itself, income from secret source, we just found out was 6.78 crore. So this was the total income from secret sources. So we don't need to calculate it once again. Now we are supposed to calculate the income from investment. So for that, we need to see the pie chart. Income from investment, let us find out. It is there, 24.9% of total 50 or 54 crore. So income from investment that we are supposed to find out is nothing but 24.9% of the total income, that is 54 cr. If we calculate this further, this 24.9 can be approximated as 25. Okay, and this value is finally coming out to be 13.4 cr. So this is the income from investment. This is the income from secret sources. What is asking us? Ratio of income from investment and secret. So we have to give the ratio in the same order. First investment, then secret sources. So first is 13.4, then is the 6.78 cr. So clearly we need to do this approximation here, because the right values are all given in whole numbers. So we have to approximate. So if we have a closer look at this, 6.7's double is nothing but 13.4 only. So we can ignore this second digit 8. So this is clearly a ratio of 2:1, and that should be the right answer only, which is available in option number A, and becomes the right answer. Now, for the same charts, we are supposed to answer different questions. The question is, which one of the following earned the least income? So we have to find out which of the following earned the least income. So instead of finding out for all the heads given, rather what we'll do, we'll find out for the options given only. So the first option is central government donations. Let us find out the central government donation. Okay, central government donation is nothing but 56% of the donation first. Okay, which donation is nothing but itself is 48.3% of 54. So 48.3% of 54. So this is the total central government donation. So if we have a closer look at this, rather what we can do, instead of calculating this all, we can find out the expression of each and every head in the given in the option, and then we can compare without calculating. Okay, by just seeing the values, we can get a little idea about. So let's have the second option. The second option is interest on saving. So interest on saving is the second option. Interest on saving is given here. So it is clearly 17.9% of total value is 54 cr. All the units are cr. This is the another one. Let's see the third option as well, which says income on investment. So let us find out income on investment. Income on investment can be come from 24.9%. So it has to be 24.9%. That is approximately 25% only of the 54 cr. So let us compare these two values and find out which one is on the higher side. This is just 17.9% of the same value. This is 24.9% of the same value. We are supposed to find out the least value. So clearly this particular option gets discarded because this is higher than the interest one. So we can completely ignore third option. Let us see the fourth option as well, which is donation itself. So donation is nothing but, we can see it is 48.3%. It is 48.3% of the total income, that is 54 cr. So if we compare this value against the value called as 79 17.9%. So clearly we have to find out the least. So clearly this donation value get discarded, because out of these two, the least value is, the lesser value is interest one. So clearly we are able to discard the C and D option. We are among the A and B option only, and we can see the data and decide upon that which value is going to be higher. First one is 56 into 48.3 over 10,000 into 54. Another one is 17.9 by 100. So if I have a, if we just try to approximate, let us do this. 56 into 40.3. If we say this 48.3 is 50, then 56 into 50 we are supposed to do. So 56 into 50 is 280. So we reach to, for the this CGS value, we reach to 280 divided by 10,000, because there are two hundreds, into 54. Okay, which can be written as somewhat close to 0.028 into 54. That is the first one. That is the central government donation. If we see the other value, that is 17.9 by 100, which is nothing but 0.179, which will be equal to 0.179. Okay, 17.9 by 100 of into 54. These are the two value that we have. 0.028. Okay, 56 into 48.3, we approximate that as 50. So 56 into 50 has to be 56 into 58 has to be 56 into 5 becomes 280, so it has to be 2800. So it has to be not 0.028, rather it has to be 0.28. So we have got two values, 0.28 into 54 and 0.179 into 54. Clearly 0.179 into 54 is lesser. So which was this head? This was the head of interest on saving. So clearly we can understand, we can find out that the interest on saving has got the least income generated. So that should be the right answer on the interest on saving. Option number B becomes the right answer. Now, for the same charts, we are supposed to answer a question. Donation by central government are approximately what percent of total income? Okay, so central government donation is what percent of total income? Let us find out central government donation. That is nothing but 56% of the total donation, that is nothing but 48.3% of the total value, that is 54 CR. So this is the central government donation they are asking for. This is what percent of 54? This is what percent of the total income? So total income is nothing but, so we have to do total income. Total income is nothing but simply 54 CR. And because we have to find out percentage value, so we can relate as into 100%, like that. So clearly we are supposed to find out this expression, and we are be able to find out the answer. Okay, so obviously the 54 and 54 get cancelled, and this 100 get cuts by this. So we are ultimately left out with 56 into 48.3 divided by 1 time 100, and we are supposed to solve this. If we solve this further, this is coming out to be somewhere close to this is coming out to somewhere close to 27%. So that becomes the right answer, 27%. Okay, and it is available in clearly in option number E, so it becomes the right answer from there. Now the next data is there with us. We have got a table this time. Let us see the question. What is the data all about? The table shows the import of three commodities from over the last 6 years in billion US dollar. Study the table and answer the question. So import of three commodities for last 6 years from 2007 to 2012. 6 years data has been given. Commodities are petroleum, capital goods and machinery, and all the units are in billion US dollar as they state here. So data is simple. Okay, so let us see the question. The question is, by what percent is the average annual percentage growth rate if import of petroleum is greater than average annual percentage growth rate of import of capital goods from 2007 to 2009? So what we has asked that first of all, we'll break this question in three parts and then try to take it. Clearly, we have to see from 2007 to 2009. And which particular head we have to see? We have to see the two heads. First head is petroleum, another head is capital goods. So let us do a simple thing. Let us try to find out the percentage growth rate in petroleum and then find out the average of that. Then similarly, we'll find out the percentage growth rate of capital goods and then find out the average of that for 3 years from 2007 to 2009. And these two averages then will be compared, and we'll have to see the percentage increase between these two averages of petroleum and capital good respectively. So let us go one by one. First of all, let us find out the percentage growth rate percentage growth of petroleum from 2007 to 2009. So if we see the data in petroleum, 2007 value is 8 and 2009 value is 14. So what is the percentage growth? So percentage growth of petroleum from 2007 to 2009 is nothing but 14 minus 8, that is the larger minus smaller, over the previous value, that is 8 into 100%, that is the percentage growth, okay, which comes out to be exactly 75%. So 75% growth has happened in petroleum from 2007 to 2009 in 3 years. Now we have to find out the average of these 3 years, because they are stating the average word. So average of these 3 years for the petroleum is nothing but the total value is 75% divided by 3, because the data for 3 years is given, has to be 25%. So this is the average growth of petroleum in these 3 years. Now similarly, let us find out the same thing for capital goods. For capital goods, we can see the data. The capital good is nothing but the second column. 2007 value is 9, 12 value 9 value is 12. So what is the percentage growth? So we are finding the capital growth of percentage growth of capital goods, that is nothing but the larger value is 10, smaller value is 9, divided by the smaller value into 100%, which is nothing but 9 by 3 by 9, that is nothing but 33.33%. That is the total percentage growth. We have to see the average growth as well in the same scenario, that is nothing but 30.33% divided by 3, which has to be 11.11%. So this is the average of capital goods. The other one was the average of petroleum. So these are the two values that is to be compared. Now he had asked what, by what percent the is greater than. So we have to find out this 25% is how much percent greater than 11.11%. So let us see that percentage increase. That percentage increase nothing but the higher value minus the lesser value divided by the lesser value or the older value into 100%. This is how we can find out the percentage increase. If we solve this further, this comes out to be precisely 125%, and that should become the right answer. It is available clearly in option number D, so becomes the right answer from there. Now, let's see the other question for the same table. What is the percentage rate of decline in the import of capital goods 2009 to 11? So clearly see the data from 2009 in capital goods is nothing but 12. In 11, it is 5. And they're asking for what is the percentage decrease? What is the percentage decrease? So this question is simple. Percentage decrease is always calculated as the higher value minus the lesser value divided by the older value first. The older value was 12. So has to get divided by 12 into 100%. If we solve this further, this comes out to be 3 by 12 of 100%. That is nothing but, okay, 12 minus 5 rather. It was not 9, it is 5. So it has to be 7 by 12 into 100%, which is precisely coming as 58%. That should become the right answer available in option number B. Okay, so the next question of the same table is given as import of petroleum is how many times of import of capital goods and machinery together. Okay, so let us find out the import of petroleum. Import of petroleum, the total import of petroleum we have to find out. So we have to add all these values together. If we add them together, we can add them manually also. Okay, so the total of import of petroleum, if we add together, is becoming 81 billion. Okay, so the total of import of petroleum becomes 81 billion. Now we have to find out the import of capital goods plus machinery. So let us find the import of capital goods. If we add these number, this is exactly equal to 50. And if we add these machinery number, this is exactly equal to 63. He has asked for capital goods and machinery together. So we have to add 50 and 63 all together. So capital goods plus machinery, if we have to add 50 plus 63, which is equal to 50 plus 63. We have to do so, which is equal to 113. Okay, this is equal to 113 billion. Then he has said petroleum is how many times. So if petroleum is how many times, then we have to find out petroleum divided by capital goods plus machinery, and that's what has to be petroleum is how many times. Let us put down the values. 81 divided by 113. So clearly we'll have to do some approximation. If we solve this further, this is somewhere coming close to 0.72 times, and that should become the right answer only available in option number C. Now, for the same table, we are supposed to answer the difference between highest and the lowest import of petroleum is what percent of total import of capital goods for a given period. So let us find out the difference between highest and the lowest import of petroleum. So let us see there, highest import of petroleum is given where? Highest import of petroleum given is 18. This is the highest. The least one is 8. So what is the difference of highest and least? It is 8. Clearly 18 minus 8. That is nothing but 10%. 10 billion rather. This is the difference of highest minus least petroleum. This is what percent of total import of capital goods. So total import of capital goods, we just found out in the last question also. We can quickly find out in this question as well by adding these two. These all capital goods total is becoming 50 billion. So the total of capital goods is nothing but 50 billion. The question remains, difference between higher and lower is what percent of the total import. So clearly 10 billion is what percent of 50 billion, that we are supposed to clearly find out. Okay, 10 billion is what percent of 50 billion, and clearly this is visible as 20%. So that should become the right answer. Option available as option number E becomes the right answer for us. Now, he asked for the same table of the total import of petroleum in 2010. 1/4 is from Iran and 1/2 of the remainder is from Iraq. Then what is the ratio of import of Iran to that of Iraq? Now see here, the data is the total value for the whole chart is remains same because he's just asking for a petroleum. So we are not supposed to find out the values of this 1/4 and half part in it. Okay, because the total value remains same, so we can find out the ratio just by comparing the parts itself. He's asking what is the ratio of import from Iran to Iraq. So import from Iran will be simply the total import, the 1/4 of total import, let's say that is Ti, and import from Iraq will be how much? Import from Iraq will be, he said, half of the remainder. So what is half of the remainder? That is half of the 1 minus remainder is 1/4. Half of the 1 minus 4 into total import. So what is half of 1 minus 1/4? Which is nothing but half of 3/4 of the total import, which is nothing but 3/8 part. Okay, so clearly we have to find out the ratio between 1/4 and 3/8. Okay, clearly find out the ratio between 1/4 is to 3/8. Okay, this is what is the ratio to be found out. If we solve this simply, this comes out to be 4 cuts by 2, so it has to be 1 is to 3/2. And if we simplify this mathematically, so we have to multiply both the ratio numbers by 2, so it becomes 2 is to 3. So that should be the right answer. 2 is to 3. We are not supposed to find out the total import and export, total import values. Okay, but rather we can compare through the fraction part itself because the total remains same for both the parts. Right answer becomes 2 is to 3, available in option number A. Okay, so the question is represented. The data is represented in the form of a table. Let us understand what is the data all about. The table below shows the quantity of goods exported from India to 6 countries in the year 2012, and the unit of each data is 1000 tons. So let us quickly understand the data. Goods in goods in countries. So these are the countries: Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Singapore, and till Thailand. And these are the quantity that the goods that have been exported. That is sugar, wheat, jute, cotton, and rice. And these are the numbers. So 20. This, for example, this 20 represent 20,000 tons of rice has been exported to Bangladesh from India. This is how the data is presented. Let's see the question. The question says if the second largest importing country increases its offtake to all the goods taken together and it is at par with the largest importer. So what they are saying in this question is the second largest country has increases its export in all the commodities and has become at par with the largest importer. So if it has become at par with largest importer, that clearly means the export of the second largest has become equal to the export of the largest. Okay, so let us take the value of the directly of the largest importer, because this statement is clearly saying that second largest importer import value have become equal to the largest importer value, or the largest imported country. So that means only the largest importer country will have to be used, but we have to understand also how much increase has happened, because that much increase will have to get reflected in the total export as well. Okay, so we need to find out the second largest importer also and largest importer also, and then we need to find out that how much second largest importer has increased so that it has become equal to the largest importer, and that very increase will have to get reflected in the total uh, import of all the countries also. Okay, so this is how the question represented. So let us take it one by one. Okay, first of all, we'll try to find out the largest importer. Clearly we can see the values here, and we need to add all these value for all the goods because it is of all the goods, so we need to add all the values. So if we see have a closer look at the values for Indonesia are becoming very high, are looking very higher than the other one. So clearly Indonesia becomes the largest importer. We'll have to add all those values. Okay, if we add these values, 320 plus 290 plus 480 plus 20 plus 30. So if we add these value, the largest importing country has got a total import of, largest importer is nothing but our Indonesia, and the imported value is nothing but equal to 11,40,000, that is 11,40,000 tons. So this much is the import done by Indonesia, that is the largest importer. Now let us find out the second largest importer. We need to see these numbers, and we need to find out which particular country is looking out to be the second largest. And if we have a closer look at this particular row represent the second largest. This is the second largest, this is the largest. Okay, so clearly we need to add this value again, 250 plus 220 plus 260 plus 200 plus 80. If we add these values, we gonna reach to the second largest importer, that is nothing but Singapore. Okay, Singapore. So if we add these values, this comes out to be this much, that is nothing but 10 lakh 10,000, second largest importer. Now let us find out the difference. Why we are finding out the difference? Because they say the second largest importer Singapore has increased its import to make it at par with the largest. So we need to see how much it has increased. So for that we are finding out the difference value. If we do the subtraction here, it comes out to be 1,30,000. This is the increased value that particular second largest has to apply over him. Okay, so 1,30,000, this much import has been increased. Now let us find out the total export from India. Total export from India, because has to be reflected in the total export from India. That's what we are finding out. So total export from India is nothing but the total of all these value of these tables. So clearly we need to add them. We have already added for these two rows. For Singapore and for Indonesia, we have already added. Then we need to add for all the countries, and let's make the grand total. So if we add all these table values and have a unit of 1,000 tons, then if we find out the total export of India, that is coming out to be a bigger number as this, which is equal to 4 crore 87 lakh. That is the total value, 4 crore 87 lakh tons. Okay, this much is the total export of India. Now we are supposed to find out what he asked, that share of total export of goods from India would be. So what is the share? And clearly it has to be done in percentage. So the share of this export is how much? The second largest has now become equal to largest. So that is nothing but 1,14,000, rather 11,40,000. This is the largest importer value divided by the share of it from the total export. The total export earlier was 4 crore 87 lakh, and but now it has increased by 1,30,000 also, because the second largest importer has increased its value rather. So now the import value becomes plus 1,30,000, because this import has been also raised by the second largest importer, and the share of it has to be calculated in terms of percentage. So this is the expression for the share in terms of percentage. If we solve this particular equation, this is coming approximately equal to 23%. So that should become the right answer, 23%, which is available in option number D becomes the right answer. Now, for the same table, we are supposed to answer a question. The question is, if India were to ban export of rice altogether, so the export of rice has not to happen, then by what approximate percentage should the export of rest of the goods increase so that the total quantity of good exported remains the same? So the question suggests that if the rice export has been banned, but the total export should remain same, so that particular ban over the rice has to get adjusted in the other commodities. So how much percent the other commodities export should increase so that the export of rice could be adjusted there? So this is what is the question being asked. So if we do it like that, so first of all, we need to understand what is the total export of rice of all the countries. So if we find out the total export of rice, we need to find out the total export of rice of all the countries. This is what we have to find out. So if we add all those value for the rice, this is the rice column. We need to add these value. If we add them, this is coming out to be 280,000 tons. This much is the rice. This has been completely banned. So clearly this much, this has to get adjusted in the rest of the goods. So what is the total rest of the good left out now? Total rest of the goods. Okay, when this has been banned, there will be a decrement in the total good exported. Total good exported we calculated in the last question itself. That was 4 crore 87 lakh. This much, what is it? And minus 2,80,000, because this particular thing has been decreased because of the price ban, and now this value equals to 4 crore 59 lakh. This is the value of export that is left out after the ban of rice. But now they say this particular 2,80,000 has to get adjusted so that the total export remains same. So how much percent this particular remaining rest of the good export should increase? So that this particular thing is mass. So how much is this particular thing? This is nothing but 2,80,000. This is how much percent of the rest of the goods? 4 crore 59 lakhs. Okay, this is what we are supposed to find out. This particular export is how much percent of the total rest of the exports. So this is what is the calculation that we have to do, and if we solve this, this approximately comes out to be 6%. So that becomes the right answer, option E, 6%. Now for the same table, we are supposed to answer a different question. He says total requirement of sugar is expected to fall by 22%, and only 12% of the revised requirement will be imported from India. Okay, the total requirement globally has to get decreased by 12%. Okay, so that we have to calculate also. And after this decrease, whatever is the revised requirement in the global market, only 12% of it is being served from India. Okay, assuming all the other export to Indonesia remains same, what would be its total percentage drop in the quantity of export from Indonesia? So we have to talk about Indonesia only and solve the question. So let us take on it one by one. So now let us suppose find out the fall in the total requirement. So total requirement of sugar for Indonesia, that we are supposed to find out how much is the total requirement. So this can be found out by this 100 by 18 into 3,20,000, because this is what 320 is given here, 3,22,20,000. And if you calculate this, this comes out to be this much, precisely this much. Okay, now what is the revised requirement? The revised requirement is 22% lesser. That's what they say, 22% lesser. So we can clearly find out the total requirement, which is we just calculated, minus 22% of it, minus 22% of the total requirement. This will be the revised requirement. So if we solve this further, but we can take the total requirement as common, which is nothing but this number. Okay, and 1 minus 22 by 100, 1 minus 22 by 100. If we solve this further, this comes out to be, this is the requirement in tons. Okay, now this much is the revised requirement. What they say, only 12% of it has been served from India. So let us find out the 12% of this value. Okay, so we can write down import from India is nothing but 12% of this requirement. So that is 12 by 100 of this particular value. Okay, 12 by 100 of this particular value. If we calculate this further, this value is coming out to be precisely 1,66,400 tons. Okay, now this is the revised requirement that is being served from India. What they are asking is, they are asking that what would be its total percentage drop in the quantity of export from India. So what is the total percentage drop? So this is the revised requirement that has been served. So let us find out the total export to Indonesia from India. Total export to Indonesia from India, that's what we have to find out. Earlier, the total export was happening. We calculated the sum of the export of Indonesia in the first question itself. That came out to be this much. Okay, which is exactly 11,40,000. minus 32,000, because there has been a fall of it, plus how much we could serve. We could serve only this much, 1,60,400. This much we could serve. So this is the total export actually done, which comes out to be precisely 9,86,400. This is the export that we could do from India to Indonesia. They are wanting to find out what is the fall in the percentage. So clearly the fall in the percentage will be total. Earlier we were used to deliver 11,40,000 minus how much now we are able to deliver, 9,86,400. So there has been a decrease, and this decrease, the percentage of this decrease is to be found out from the total earlier export, that was nothing but 11,40,000 into 100%. So this will be the decrement in the export to Indonesia from India. And if we solve this further together, this is approximately coming equal to 13.47%. So that should become the right answer. 13.47%, which is available in option number C, becomes the right answer. Now, for the same table, we are supposed to answer a different question. If due to rise in prices, volume of export of rice decreases by 12%, while that of jute decreases by 14%, and due to fall in the price of sugarcane, demand of sugar increases by 6%. So we can find out these decrement and increment one by one, and then we can add or subtract them accordingly. So first of all, we have to decrease the rice by 12%. So what is the rice value earlier? If you see the table, the rice value, this is for the case of effect on export from India. So we have to find out the total rice value. The total rice value, we have to add this all. And if we add this all, this is coming out to be 2,80,000. We use this sum in the last question also. So this is the rice total. Let us find out the jute total also. We can do it here also. If we add these all and have the 1,000 tons as a unit, so the jute export is coming out to be 1,84,800. Similarly, we have to find out the total export of sugar also. If we add all sugar, that has been already calculated in the first question, we can add the sugar price. And if we add the sugar price, this comes out to be a total of 10,30,000. Okay, so these are the total values before the increment or decrement done. Now there has been an increment and decrement done. First of all, there was a decrement of 12% in the rice. So let us do it. So the new rice value will be the decrement, rather. Let us find out the decrement in rice, that they say the recommended diet is 12%. So we have to find out 12 by 100 of the total rice value, that was 2,80,000 into 2,80,000. Okay, if we calculate this, this comes out to be 33,600. So this is the decrement in the rice. Let us find out the other one, decrement in jute also. So if we find out the decrement in jute, okay, how much is that? Decrement in jute is nothing but they mentioned 14%. So it has to be 14 by 100 of total jute value, that is nothing but 1,84,800. If we solve this further, this comes out to be rather this was 13,20,000. This was not 1,84,800. This was not this total was not there. The right total for jute is, let me write it here. The right total for jute is 13,20,000. This is the right total. So we have to find out the percentage from not from 1,84,000, but rather from 13,20,000. Okay, and the final value that is coming out to be is 1,84,800. That is the decrement in jute. Now let us find out the decrement in the sugar itself. Rather, there was an increment in sugar by 6%. So we have to write increment in sugar. Increment in sugar is by 6%. So that has to be 6 by 100 of sugar. Total value was 10,30,000. That is 10,30,000. If we calculate this further, this value is coming out to be precisely 61,800. So this is the sugar value. There is an increment, so we can have a plus sign. This is the jute value decrement, so we can have a negative sign. This is the rice value decrement, so we can have a negative sign. So let us find out the net change. Okay, what is going to be the net change? So obviously one value has been increased, so we can write down that first. That is nothing but 61,800 minus one value has been decreased, that is 33,600, and another decrement was nothing but 18,400. If we do this together, we're going to get the final value as total decrement of 1,56,600 rather. So this is the total net decrement, 1,56,600. Okay, now this decrement, he's saying what is the net effect on export from India. So this is the net effect, the decrement of 1,56,600. So let us find out the percentage of it from the total export. So 1,56,600 is what percent of the total export that we calculated in the first and second question also. That is nothing but 48,70,000. So this was the value into 100. If you solve this together, this comes out to be 3.2% decrease. 3.2% decrease. So that is the final value, 3.2% decrease. It is available in option number A, 3.2% decrease. Okay. For the same table, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says, if international demand for wheat from India rises by 12%, of sugar by 8%, and of cotton by 15%, how much percent total export of India rises, assuming export of other commodity remains same. So clearly we have to find out the total increment in wheat, increment in sugar, increment in cotton, and then find out the total increment and find out the total of that total increment, the percentage of the total increment from the overall export of India. What have been the total increase? Okay, so let us find out the respective increments in wheat, sugar, and cotton one by one. For the case of wheat, it has to get increased by 12%. We need to have the total of wheat first. So if we add the total of wheat, if we add this number, this is coming out to be 14,90,000. This is the total of wheat. So how much it has increased? It has increased by 12%. So what is the increment? What is the increment in wheat? Is nothing but 12% of 14,90,000. Okay, and if we calculate this, this value is coming out to be 1,78,800. So that is the total increase in wheat. Similarly, if we find out increase in the other quantity that is given as sugar, increment in sugar, and that has been 8%. So we have to know the total of sugar. Total of sugar we have already calculated in the first or second questions. The total of sugar calculated was 10,30,000. We can again add that also, and the to add the sum of all these values entries will be 10,30,000. And how much increase has happened? 8%. So 8 by 100 of 10,30,000. This is what we have to find out, and the total increment after this calculation becomes 82,400. So this much has been increased in sugar. Now we have to find out the increase in cotton. So what is the cotton value? We have to add this. If we add this cotton value, we can know the total. The total of cotton is coming out to be 7,50,000. This is the total of cotton. And how much is the increase happened? 15%. So let us increase by 15%. So we can write down here, increase in cotton is nothing but 15% of the total value of cotton, that is nothing but 82,400. If we calculate this further, this value comes out to be rather this has to be not this has to be 7,50,000 the total, and this value precisely comes out to be 1,12,500. Okay, now let us find out the total of these increments. So total of these increments can be found out by adding these numbers. If you add them together, this total increment has come out to be 3,73,700 tons. This is the total increment. What they asked in the last line of the question, how much percent total export from India rises. So we have to find out this increment in the form of percentage with the total export. So percentage increment can be found out as total increment that has happened, that is 3,73,700 divided by the earlier total export that we calculated in the earlier questions as well. That was nothing but this particular number. Okay, and this has to be calculated in the form of percentages. So we have to multiply it by into 100%. And if we calculate this further, this value is coming out somewhere close to 7.67%. So that has to become the right answer, which is available in clearly in option number B. Now we have got a table, and we are supposed to understand the data first, and then only we can answer the questions given. So let us try to understand or interpret the data. The question says, table below shows the number of admissions in thousand numbers. So all these numbers are actually in thousands of 6 different schools over the period of 3 years from 10, 11, and 12. So if we see the table, school A, B, C, D, E, F are given. These are the school names, and all these entries are in thousand, and they represent the admission in that particular year of that particular school. Okay, so we can take down like this. For example, if 8 is the number, so there has been 8,000 admission in school called as A in the year called as 2011. This is how we are supposed to read the data and solve the question. So what is the first question that has been given to us is, in which of the following schools is the difference in number of admission the maximum in 2011? So clearly we have to see the data of 2011 only, and we have to see school wise the difference of the number of admission is maximum. So clearly we have to find out the maximum difference. Clearly the maximum difference can only come when you have the value from which you are subtracting has to be highest, and the value which is getting subtracted has to be least. So which is the highest value is 16, that is for school F, and which is the least value is 3, that is nothing but for school B. So clearly F minus B will give me the maximum difference that they are asking. So wheresoever we have the option called as F and B, that has to be the right answer, which is available clearly in C, and we can do that also. For school called as F, the value is 16,000, and for the school called as B, the value is nothing but 3,000, and that has to be the maximum difference of 13K. But they're not asking for the difference, they're asking for the combination, which is B and F rightly. Now, for the same table, we are supposed to answer the question. The question says, total admission in all the schools together in 2010 is what percent of total admission in all the schools in 2012? So clearly, we have to find out the total of 2010, then total of 2012, and then find out the 2010 total, the percentage of 2010 total with the percentage with the total of 2012 admissions. So let us find out the total of 2010 first. Okay, we need to add the value of 2010 all the schools. So clearly, let us add these value. If we add this value comes out to be 134. Rather, this value comes out to be 53. And because the units are in thousand, so we can clearly write down the total of 2010 admission is nothing but 53,000. Similarly, if we want to add for 2012, so clearly add this 2012, the total is coming out to be 37, and the unit is 37,000. So we can clearly write down total of 2012 is nothing but 37,000. So these are the two totals with us. What they ask for, 2010 is what percent of 2012. So whatever appears after the word of, that should become the denominator. So 2012 should become the denominator for our case. So the expression becomes 53,000 is what percent of 37,000, and has to be calculated in percentage. So multiply by 100%. That's what we are supposed to find out. If we solve this further, obviously the zeros are gone, and 53 by 37 into 100, that we have to find out, which is approximately equal to 143.24%, and we can approximate that as 143%. So that should become the right answer, which is available clearly in option number D, 143%. Now, the same table, we have to answer the different question. The question says, admission in school F in 2011 is by what percent more than the number of admission in school in 2010? So we need to see the data of F school in 2011, percentage more. So whenever the word more is used, we find out the differences. Then the number of admission in school A in 2010. So we have to pick these data, F 2011, A 2011. Because the word more is involved, we have to do the difference, and we have to find out the percentage as well. So let us do it one by one. We have to find out the data for F 2011. If you see the table, this is the 2011. F 2011 value is nothing but 16, and the total value becomes 16,000 because the units is 60 is 1000. Then we have to look for the value of A in 2010. A in 2010 is nothing but 12. So A in 2010 can be written as 12,000. So these are the two values. Now what percent more? So for finding out more, we have to find their difference. So if we find out the difference is 4,000. So this much more is there, but this difference has to be done in terms of percentage. So how much percent more? We need to find out the difference. How much more is 4,000? That is different, divided by the total denominator, that is the lesser value, which is 2,000, that is 12,000. As he said, more than whatever appear after then becomes my denominator. So after then what is coming? 2010 data is coming, which is nothing but 12,000. So 12,000 is coming in the denominator here into 100%, because the things is to be calculated in percentage. If you solve this further, this is becoming easy. That is 100 by 3%, that is nothing but 33.33%. Let us see what it is available. It is available in option number E. So becomes the right answer there. Now, for the same table, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question says, in which of the following schools is the sum of number of admission in 2011 and 2012 is 50% of the admission in 2010? So what we have to see, 2011 and 2012 taken together. So we have to add 2011 and 2012 value for each school one by one, and then we have to highlight that particular school for which the total of 11 and 12 is 50% of that of 10. That is, total of 2011 and 12 is just half. What should we look for? 2011 plus 2012 admission should be exactly half of the 2010 admissions. That we have to look for every school. Okay, let us begin one by one. School A, we have to add 11 and 12. 11 plus 12 becomes 10, and 10 is not the half of 12. So this is wrong data. Let us see for school number B. 3 plus 4 is 7, and 7 is half of 14. So option B, the school B is right, because the admission in 2010 is 14, and which is, and 14, and the total of 11 and 12 is what? Total of 11 12 is 3 plus 4, that is 7, and we can clearly understand that 7 is half of 14. So this matches with the question's demand. So that's what is there. Option B, school B, is the right answer. Now, for the same table, the question asked is total student who got admission in 6 schools in the last 3 years in lakh is. So clearly we have to add all these values together. Okay, so if we add all these values, the total of few we had already done. So we can do that again also, and we can pick the data from the those table also. So if we add them together of all the school, the total of all these numbers is coming exactly equal to 153. And because the unit is in thousand, so if we add 153,000 there, this clearly equals 1,53,000. 1,53,000 can be written as simply 1.53 lakh. Okay, so let us see what is the answer. Our answer is option number A, 1.53 lakh. Now we have got two different chart with us. One is the bar graph, and another is the pie chart. They are trying to represent a particular question. Okay, what is the question all about? The following bar chart depicts the recruits of by Punjab government in various sectors from 2007 to 12. So bar graph is representing 2007 to 2012. What has been the data? What has been the number of recruitment? And all these numbers are in thousand. Okay, so number of recruitments in thousand is represented in the bar graph. Okay, then they are saying the pie chart represent the percentage of different sectors. So for the distribution of sectors has been presented in the form of pie chart in the percentage value. So we can understand if the uh, total total value of all the sector is 100%, we can take it like 10% out of it is from civil services, 26% out of this is in the security service, and so, and we can read the data accordingly. Okay, so these are the two things given to us. So for example, if there is a question and they're asking in 2007 what is the recruitment done in the civil services. So for example, they're asking 2007 civil service recruitments. Suppose they are asking, so we'll go for 2007 total recruitment, that is 24 and 1000. So 24,000 is the total recruitment done, and out of that, how much percent is from civil service? They say 10%. So we will clearly find out the 10% of that, and that will be the final value, which is nothing but 24. Will be nothing but 2,2400. That will be the final value. So this is how we will be reading the data with using both the charts. So let us see the question. What they're asking. They're asking is, if recruitment is 2006 was 10% less than in 2008. Okay, in recruitment in 2006 was 10% less than 2008, then what was the number of recruitment in health services? This is what they're asking. Okay, so clearly we have to find out the recruitment done in 2006 first, because the data is not given for 2006. So we have to find out the data of 2006 using the 2008 values. So how much is the recruitment done in 2008? We have to see the value, that is 20. So the unit is 20,000. So 20,000 is the total recruitment value in 2008, and 10% lesser has happened in 2006. So clearly we have to find out 20,000 minus 10% of 20,000. This is what we have to do. Okay, for finding out the data for 2006. This will be the value for 2006. Okay, 2006. How much is that? 20,000 minus 10% of 20,000. 10% 20,000 is nothing but 2,000. So 20,000 minus 2,000 is nothing but 18,000. So this will be the total recruitment done in 2006, that is 18,000. What they're asking, what was the number of recruitment in health services? So for that, we need to, for the distribution, we need to look for the pie chart. Health services has been represented by 15%. So clearly the health services data will be nothing but 15% of the 2006 overall recruitment, that is just calculated as 18,000. So clearly we have to find out the 15% of 18,000. And if we do that, 15% of 18,000 is given as nothing but 2,700. So that should be the right answer. Option number B, 2,700. Now let us see the other question. The same charts being used, pie chart and bar graph. Percentage increase in recruitment in security services from 2007 to 2012. Okay, we have to find out the percentage increase. For that, we need the numbers. Number of people recruited in 2007 in security service, that we'll find out first. The same we'll find out for 2012, and then we see the percentage increase. So let us do it one by one. Security services from 2007. So we have to see the security services number in 2007. So security services number in 2007 will be written as, simply security services is given by how much percent? Is given by 26%. So that will be the 26% of total number of recruitments in 2007. That is nothing but 24. So that has to be 24,000. This will be the first value. We are not calculating this because we can use it again. Similarly, security services in 2012 we have to find out. Okay, security service in 2012 we have to find out. Again, the security services percentage remains 26% only. Into 2012 data is 35,000. So here will be 35,000. So how much is the increase that has happened? We have to subtract. So what is the increase value? If we subtract, increase value is nothing but the difference of these two. While we do the difference, we can take 26 by 100 as common. 26 by 100 is common. Whatever remains is 35,000 minus 24,000. If we calculate this further, this increased value is coming out to be 26% of 35 minus 24 is nothing but 11,000. Okay, if we calculate this further, this value of the increase is coming out to be, we can use this value of increase can be coming out to be is 9,100 minus 6240, which is precisely equal to 9,100 minus 6240. So we can write down here also 9,100 minus 6240. That is the precise value of the subtraction. And we have to take this percentage from the decreased value. Okay. So what we have done is 26% of 35,000. This value came out to be 6240. And this value came out to be 9100. Okay, now the percentage increase is to be found out. So percentage increase is found out by increase divided by the lesser value or the older value into 100%. So this is how we can find out. If we solve this equation further, this comes out to be precisely 46%. That is the right answer available in option number E. Now, for the same set of pie chart and bar graph, we have to answer what? If recruitments in 2013 are increased by 25% more. So for that, we need to find out the total value of 2013, and that can be referred to as from 2012, because 2013 data is not given. Then how many more opportunities are generated in banking services? That's what they're asking. So clearly, how many more opportunities are generated? For that, we need to find out the total number. So let us find out the total number of 2013. So 2013 number is given as, recruitment in 2013 is given as 25% more, 25% more than recruitment number of 2012. Recruitment number of 2012. Okay, so let us find out that recruitment number of 2013. So that is nothing but 25 by 100 into recruitment in 2012 is represented as 35,000, and because there is an increase, so plus 35,000 also has to be done. If you calculate this further, this comes out to be precisely 8750 plus 35,000. So clearly we are interested in just the increment part. So increment is equal to simply the increment. We are not, this is the increased value. Okay, we are not finding out the increased value. We are interested in what is the increment value. So clearly the increment value is 8750 in the numbers. Okay, they are asking how many more opportunities are generated? Banking sector. So how much is this from the banking sector? Let us see the pie chart. The banking sector is represented by 35%. So total recruitment has happened. Total increment in the recruitment is 8,750 and 35% of it are from banking sector. So clearly the banking sector increment is nothing but 35% of this total recruitment increase. And if we solve this further, we can find out the real answer, which comes out to be 3,600, 3,062. So that is the total recruitment increase in banking sector, which is available in option number C becomes the right answer. Now, for the same charts, we are supposed to answer a question. Total number of individuals recruited by government in civil services since 2007 to 2012. So for civil services, we need to find out the total number of people recruitment. So civil services can be given by the civil services recruitment can be given by what is the hold of civil services? Civil services is holded as 10% of the total posts. So has to be get 10% of the total recruitments. Okay, of the total recruitment from 2007 to 2012. This is what we are supposed to find out. So let us find out the total recruitment from 2007 to 12. For that, we need to add all these values. Okay. For finding out the total recruitment, we need to add all these values together. Okay, so we can add 24 plus 20 plus 26 plus 28 plus 30 plus 36 plus 30 plus 15. So let us add them. 10 by 100 of total recruitment that has happened is 24 plus 20 is 44, 44 plus 26 is 70 plus 28 is 98, 98 plus 30 is 128, and 128 plus 35 is uh, is 163. So this is the total recruitment. So we have to supposed to find out the 10% of 163,000. Okay, 10% of that, which is clearly equal to 163,000. So which is clearly equal to 163. 10% of that we need to find out. So this is nothing but 16,300. So that should become the right answer. Option number B is the right answer. Now, for the same chart, we are supposed to answer the ratio of employees recruited in banking and civil services to rest of the employees. So clearly is asking the ratio of banking and civil services taken together to rest of the employees. So banking plus civil is to total remaining. That's what we have to give him as the ratio. So clearly this can be just simply solved by the distribution chart itself, because the total recruitment remains same. So we can do this by just the distribution chart. So banking percentage is how much? Is 35%, plus civil recruitment is how much? Is civil is 10%, and the total is obviously the total value is always 100%. So 35 plus 10 becomes 45. So how much will be the remaining? Will be obviously 55, because 100 minus 45 is 55. So what is the ratio comes out to be? 45 is to 55. And if we cut both the numbers by 5, it comes out to be 9 is to 11. So that is the required ratio they're asking for, which is available in option number A becomes the right answer. Okay, so there's a question in front of the screen. There are two charts involved. First is the pie chart, then is the bar graph. Let us understand the data. This question is saying, given below, show the total number of players in the 5 sports and their breakup into the number of boys and girls. So the first chart shows the breakup of the total players. So total players are given as 3,000. 14% of 3,000 play tennis, 15% of 3,000 play gymnast, and so on for all the various distribution. And the bar graph represents what? For each particular game, what percent of the total who play that game are boys and what percent are girls. So boy girl distribution for each game individually has been represented through the bar graph, where the boys represent the below part, the darker part, and the girl represent the upper part, the lighter part. Okay, so this is the chart given to us. Let us see the question. Total players who play cricket are approximately what percent of those who are in gymnastic? So we need to find out the total who play cricket, and we have to find out the percentage of that with the total who play gymnast. So let us find out one by one. Let us find out total who play cricket. So cricket is done by the distribution chart EPC is 31%. So the cricket players, total cricket player, we can find out as 31% of the total number of players, that is 3,000. So this is the total number of players that play cricket. If we solve this further, total number of players that play cricket, we can cut down these numbers, and if we cut them, we are getting the number as 930. So this is the total number of players who play cricket. Now we have to find out the total number of players who play gymnast, who are gymnast. Okay, so total number of player who plays gymnastics. Okay, so that is given by, let us see the distribution chart. Gymnastics is represented by 15%, so this has to be 15 by 100 of total number of players are 3000, and if we cut this number, we can find out the number. That number is coming out to be 450. So this is the total gymnast number. Now the question was, the cricket players are approximately what percent of gymnasts? So cricket is by what percent of gymnasts? How we can find out? Cricket is what percent of gymnasts? So it's a cricket by gymnast into 100%. This is how we can find out. Let's put down the values we have. So cricket is 930, gymnast is 450 into 100%. This is what we have to solve. And if we solve this, we can cut down some zeros and solve this by 520 times and 59 times. And if we solve this further, this is precisely coming out to be 207%. Is coming out to be 207%. Let us see where it is available. It is available in option number E. So becomes the right answer. Now, for the same two charts, we are given a different question. Total number of boys in all the games together. So clearly, we need to find out the total number of boys of all the games. So that we have to calculate one by one. Obviously, the total number of players are 3000, but they are distributed in various games. And out of those, each individual games, number of boys are different for each particular game. So let us find out one by one. We are supposed to find out the total number of boys. For that, let us begin with the first game called as indoor games. Let us begin like this. So total number of boys in indoor game, that's what we want to find out, will be the total. First of all, we'll find out the total number of players who are indoor games. That is 18 by 100% of 3000. And out of this total number of people who play the indoor games, how much percent is boys? So we have to see the bar graph here. So bar graph says total number of 30% are boys. Total number of who play indoor games, 30% of them are boys. So into 30 by 100 we have to do in addition. And if we solve this, then we can do some calculation here, and then we can find out the numbers clearly. You can cut down the zeros first. So we have to find it like this. So this value comes out to be total number of people who play, total number of boys. We have to find out total number of boys who play indoor games. So the number comes out to be exactly 162. Okay, total number of boys who play indoor games is exactly 162. Now let us go for the another one. We have to find out what we have to find out for another game, that is hockey. So for hockey, how many boys in the hockey? Okay, boys in the hockey, that's what we are supposed to find out. How much is the hockey percentage? Is 22 by 100 of 3000. So that is the total number of players who are playing hockey, and how much percent of that are boys? So we have to see the bar graph. The boys are 55%, so we have to do the 55 by 100 here also. We solve this, we are getting the number as 363 by calculation. Similarly, we can find out the boys for cricket. Okay, boys for cricket, we can find out this one, and that is nothing but 31% of 3000. That is the total number of players who play cricket, and out of them, how many are boys? The boys percentage is 60%. If you see the bar graph here, so into 60 by 100. And if we solve this, this number is coming out to be 558. So that is the player number of boys. Now, gymnasts. So we have to find out the boy who play gymnast are 15% of 3000 first. So we have to find out the 15% of 3000 first. Okay. And out of that gymnast players, how many are boys? Is 40%. So into 40 by 100 we have to do. If we solve this further, this brings out to be 180. So that is the total number of boys that are playing gymnast. Now we have to go to the next one. The last one is tennis. Tennis is being played by 14% of people. So let us do the 14% of it. Okay, if we do the 14% of it, though, so total number of boys we have to find out for total number of boy we have to find out for tennis. So boy in tennis, for that we need to do first of all 14% of 3000. That will be the total number of player who play tennis. 14% of 3000, and in the tennis, how many percent are boys? Is 25%. So it has to be into 25 by 100. We solve this, and we are getting the final number as 105. That is the final number. So these are the total number of boys, and we need to add all these number: 162, 363, 558, 180, and 105. We need to add these number all together. That will be the total number of boys, and if we add them together, total number of boys are coming as, total of boys is coming as exactly 1368, 1368. Let us see where it is available. It is available in option number B, becomes the right answer. Now, for the same type of pie chart and bar graph, we are supposed to answer the question, boys in hockey are what percent of girls in gymnasts? So we have to find out boys in hockey first, then we have to find out girls in gymnast, and then we have to find out boys hockey percentage with the girls gymnast. Okay, so let us find out one by one. Boys hockey number. We have to find out boys hockey number. So hockey is being played by 22% of the total 3,000 people. So that is nothing but 22% of the total 3,000 player. That is the total number of players that play hockey, and how many out of them are boys. So for hockey we have to see the boys percent is 55%, so we have to do into 55 by 100. So boys hockey, we can find out clearly the total number is 363. That is the boys hockey number. Now let us find out girls gymnast number. So girls gymnast number that we have to find out. Okay, for that, first of all, we need to see what is the total number of player who play gymnast. That is 15%. 15% of what is clearly 3,000. Okay, we have to find out this. And out of this total players of gymnast, how many percent are girls? So let us see the gymnast bar. So 60% are girls. So into 60 by 100 that we have to do. If we solve this further for gymnast, we can get the answer. Gymnast value is number of girls is 270. Okay, so the total number of value of this comes out to be 270. Okay, this is the boys and the girls number. Now he has asked us to find out hockey is what percent of gymnast. So what we have to do, hockey is what percent of gymnast. That we are supposed to do. Hockey is what percent of gymnast. That is what we have to find out. Okay, and into 100% will be added further. So if we do this, hockey is what percent of gymnast, that has to be 363 divided by 270 into 100%. And if we solve this particular mathematical expression, this is coming out to be exactly 134%. That becomes the right answer, which is available in option number A. Now, for the same pie chart and bar graph, we are supposed to answer boys playing cricket and indoor games are. So we have to find out boys playing cricket and boys playing indoor games, and then we have to add them both numbers. Okay. So let us find out boys playing cricket. So for boys playing cricket, that we have to find out. Boys in cricket can be found out. First of all, the cricket percentage is nothing but 31%. So it has to be 31% of 3,000. So this is the total number of players that play cricket, and how many of out of them are boys. So cricket, in the cricket bar graph, boys are 60%. So into 60 by 100. If we solve this, we're going to get the number of boys in cricket. So number of boys in cricket can be found out by after calculating this. So that comes out to be 558. Similarly, the other one is indoor games boys. So boys in indoor game, that we have to find out what is the percentage of indoor games. That is 18%. So it has to be 18 by 100 of 3,000. That is the number of boys in the indoor games. And the total number of players in the indoor game, then how many are out of them are boys. So for the indoor game, the boys are 30%. So we have to do 30 by 100 after this. And if we solve this, we're going to get the number of boys in indoor game. That is nothing but exactly 162. And then he has found out the total. They has asked us to do the total. So if you do 558 plus 162, that exactly comes out to be 720. So that should become the right answer. 720, which is available clearly in option number C, becomes the right answer. Now, for some charts, we are supposed to answer the same question. For same charts, we are supposed to answer a different question. What percent of the total players are girls? So we need to find out the total percentage of girls out of the total players. For that, we need to find out either the total boys or the total girls. Easiest one is, let us find out the total number of girls. Okay, although in earlier question we had found out the total number of boys, so we can use that also. Okay, in the earlier question of question number 82, we can find out the total number of boys. We have already found out the total number of boys. So total number of boys that we found out in the question number 82 is 1,368. So total number of girls will be, total number of girls clearly will be total player minus the number of boys. So that is 3,000 minus the number of girls. That is nothing but 3,000 minus 1,368. Okay, and that will give us the total number of girls. Okay, by subtracting it from the total value, we're going to get the value of total number of girls. That I think we are 1,613. So this is the total number of girls. Then he has asked us to find out the percentage of girls out of the total player. So percentage of girls out of the total player can be found out by total number of girls, that is 1,632, divided by total number of players, that is 3,000, into 100%. This is how it is found out. And if we solve this further, then we can exactly get the value that is we are asking for, which is nothing but precisely 54.4%. So this is the percentage of girls out of the total players, that is 54.4%. It is available in option number A, becomes the right answer. Now, we have got a different bar graph and a table there, and the bar graph and the table is representing some data, representing some situation. Let us try to understand and interpret the data first, then only we can do the question. The data says the bar chart given below shows the percentage of total production of 7 companies that produce only 2 items. So we have got a data of 7 companies. The company names are alpha, beta, rho, delta, epsilon, theta, and gamma. These are the company's name. And out of these company names, what have been given, they produce only 2 items. So 2 items are being produced out of them. And see, what does this represent? The percentage of total production of 7 company. Out of the total production, how much percent for any company is producing? That particular value has been given by the first color, that is the darkest one, that is the first one. So for example, for the case of alpha, this first bar graph is ending at 15%. So we can find out that out of the total production, 15% comes out from alpha company. This is how we can relate it. Okay, and total cost of production is 2500 crore. So we can understand that the total cost of production by the alpha company will also be the similar percentage from the total cost. Okay, so the percentage of alpha production is 15%. So we can understand that alpha production is also 15% of total production, and alpha production cost and production cost of the production of alpha is also 15% of the total production cost, that is for 2500 cr. So this is how we can relate the data for every company. Okay, second thing they are representing is a little lighter color, that is percentage of profit earned by item A. So there are 2 items, item A and B. So out of the total profit earned, what percent is earned from item A? That is represented by the medium lighter color. So let us take the case of alpha only. So what is the percentage profit earned by alpha out of the part A? That is 25%. So we can write down percentage profit earned by company alpha in their item A is nothing but 25% of the cost price, is nothing but the 25% of the cost price. And cost price is what? Cost price is the above one, this much value, 15% of the 2500 crore. So it will be like 15% of the 2500 CR. So this is how we'll be able to find out the percentage profit of alpha company in the item A. Similarly, percentage profit of alpha company in item B will be found out as, if you see the alpha company's other color, so that is represented, and if you match, this is 20%. So that will be nothing but 20% of the cost price of the production by alpha company. That will be nothing but 15% of 2500 CR. So this is how the data is related. One more thing, now we have to see ratio of production item A to item B. So this is a different thing given. What they have given, out of the total production, how much, what is the ratio between the production between item A and item B? So item A and item B are represented as 2:3. Now the situation changes a little bit. What we have to, suppose we have to find out how much does alpha company produce, generate as a profit. Let us say the profit earned by alpha company for their item called as A. So how it will done? So total production cost, that for that we need to find out the total production cost. Total production cost of alpha company is already represented by 15% of 2500 crores. So let us find out this 15% of 2500 CR. If we solve this, how much this comes out to be? That is 25 into 15. That is nothing but exactly 25 into 15, 25 into 10 is 250, 25 is 125, 250 plus 125 is going to be 375 CR. So the alpha company's production cost is 375 CR. Out of that 375, the ratio says item A and item B are related as 2:3. So this 375 has to be distributed between 2:3. 2 is the value of item A production and 3 is the value of item B production. So if you want to know the percentage profit of A company, we have to see the 2 part out of 5, that is 2:3. So item A production cost is nothing but 375 divided by 5 into 2. Okay, 375 divided by 5 into 2, that we have to do. Okay, so that will be coming out to be exactly 150. So that much will be the production cost of item A for the alpha company, to 150. And out of that 150, how much profit has been taken by item A? The percentage profit given is 25%. So how much profit will be there? That will be 25% of 150. This is how we are supposed to find out the whole situation. Okay, so let us take the question now. The question says, what is the total profit earned by Gamma for both the items together? Okay, total profit earned by Gamma for both the items together. That's what we have to find out. So let us go for the Gamma company. Okay, let us find out the total production cost of the Gamma company. See, Gamma's total production cost has been represented by the first bar graph, and if we relate this, this is somewhere close to 10%. Okay, so this is somewhere close to 10%. So let us find out the production cost. First of all, we'll find out Gamma company's production cost. That is nothing but close to 10% of the total production cost, that is 2500 cr. Okay, 10% of the total production cost, that is 2500 cr. That's what we have to find out. Okay, so how much is that comes out to be? If we cut the numbers like that, this is going to be 250 cr. So 250 cr is the total production cost of Gamma company. Out of this 250 cr, the ratio of production of A to B, so the 250 cr will also be distributed in their ratio of production, and ratio of production for Gamma is given as 1:2. Okay, ratio of production of Gamma is given as 1:2. So clearly we have to distribute the Gamma's production between 1:2. Rather, what we can do is, uh, we have to divide this 250 crore in 1:2 part. So let us distribute. So for the item A, it is 250 divided by 1 plus 2 into 1. So that is nothing but 250 divided by 3 into 1. This is what we are supposed to do. What we are doing this is, we are actually finding out the total production cost coming for item A by Gamma. This is what we are doing, and there is a ratio given as 1:2. So we are distributing the production cost into 1:2. So if we do that, we have to find out for A and B as well. So the first thing, for item A, it is coming out to be 250 divided by 3. Okay, and that has to get multiplied by 1. So it becomes simply 83.33 cr. And for B, if we found out, so 250 divided by again 1 plus 2, that is 3 into 2, because the 2 part has been given to item B, and that comes out to be 166.67 cr. So these are the two values that are found out as 83.33 and 166.67 cr. These are the two value have found out. Now they are asking for what is the total profit earned. So let us find out for item A and item B, what is the percentage profit. Percentage profit earned on item A for Gamma company, that is this particular level. So if you match this level somewhere here, this is somewhere close to 30%. Okay, so we have to find out the 30% of this, and at the same time we have to find out the other, for the other one, the item B, it has to match with here, that is 20, that is somewhere close to 22.5 or 25%. So this is what we have to find out for Gamma company. The total profit earned will be, first case was 30%, so 83.33 crs into 30 upon 100. This is what the first thing is, and plus the for the item B, it is 166.67 into how much percent, somewhere close to 22.5%. So these are the total production done, and if you find out these values, these are values are coming out to be 30 plus 48, that is exactly equal to 78 cr. So this is the total profit earned by item A and item B in the Gamma company. That is the right answer, which is option A, 78 crores. Now, for the same bar graph and ratio, we are supposed to find out a different question. They are asking sum of profit earned by beta on item A and profit earned by alpha on item B. So we have to first of all find out profit on earned by beta on item A. So for that, we need to first of all find out the production cost of beta company. Okay, production cost of beta company. So beta company's production cost can be found out as, let us see the beta company. Where's the beta company? This is the beta company. Production cost is exactly 10% of the total production. So it has to be 10 by 100 of total production is 2500 cr. Okay, which is exactly equal to 250 cr. This is the total production cost of beta company. Okay, out of that total production cost of beta company, we have to find out the profit earned for item A. So this production has to get distributed in the ratio called as 3:2, because that's what is the part of item A and item B production cost. So this has to be distributed between 3:2. If we do that, so item A production cost for item A for beta company comes out to be 250 divided by 3 plus 2, that is 5 into 3 part, that is nothing but exactly 150 cr. And what we are supposed to find out, beta on item A. So item A is already found out. The 150 cr uh, is the production cost, not the profit. Now we have to find out beta's profit on item A. That's what we have to find out. Let us see beta profit for A. So beta profit for A is the first number, this, and this is somewhere close to 33.33 or 35%, somewhere close to this. So clearly we have to find out the beta production for item A, and which is coming out to be somewhere close to 33%. So let us find out this. So we have to do 150 into somewhere close to 35, 35%, somewhere close to 35%. And if we solve this further, this precisely comes out to be 52.8 CR. So that is the profit earned by beta company on item A, 52.8 CR. Let us find out the other one, that is alpha on item B. So alpha on item B can be found out as, for alpha company item B. So alpha company's production cost we have to find out. Alpha company's production cost is 15% of 2500 CR. So let us find out alpha company's production cost is nothing but 15%. 15% of 2500 CR, that is the alpha company's production cost, 15% of 2500 CR. So that exactly comes out to be 225 plus 150, that is exactly 375 CR, that is the production cost of alpha company. But we have to see for item B only. So this 375 will be distributed in the ratio of alpha company. The alpha company distributes their profit between distributes their production cost in the items A and B in the ratio 2:3. So this 375 will have to get distributed between 2:3, and we have to see the B part because only B part is to be calculated. So B part production cost for company alpha. Alpha company's B part production cost is going to be 375 divided by 2 plus 3 into 3. So that is nothing but 375 divided by 5. 375 divided by 5 into 3, this is what it is. And for alpha company or B, for alpha company B, the production cost comes out to be 225. It comes out to be 225. Okay. Now what is the profit earned? Let us see the chart again. Profit earned for alpha company. Profit earned for alpha company is for item B is this particular bar graph, which is close to 20%. So let us find out the 20% of this. So alpha companies B part profit earned. Profit earned is simply 20% of their production cost. The production cost we have just calculated as 225 CR. So clearly we need to solve this thing, and we can clearly solve this. 20 cuts 100 by 5, and 5 can cut this easily, which is coming exactly equal to 225 divided by 5. That will be the production cost of alpha company, and that is exactly 45 CR. So that is the production cost. That is the profit earned for item B by alpha company. We have to find out the sum out of them. So let us add. The first thing came out to be 225, and the second thing that came out to be is 45. So clearly we are supposed to add them both. Okay. And first thing came out to be 150 rather. Okay. First thing came out to be 150 rather. We can see that. Okay. 52.8 CR is the value also there. Cost of production on item A. So that is what we have found out. So the values are 52.8 and 45. These are the two values. So let us add. The sum becomes 52.8 plus 45 CR, and this value becomes 97.8 CR. So that should become the right answer. The sum is 97.8 CR, option number B. Now, for the same bar graph and table, we are supposed to answer the question, what is the total cost of production of item A produced by both alpha and rho? Production cost of item A for both alpha and rho, that we have supposed to find out. So let us find out the production cost of alpha for item A. So production cost of company alpha for item A, that's what we are supposed to find out. Let us find out the production cost of alpha company first. That can be represented by 15% of the total production, that is 2500 CR. So that is 15% of total production, that is 2500 CR. This is the percentage cost of this is the percentage share of production by the alpha company. We have to find out this percentage for item A. So let us see the distribution of item A and item B for alpha company, which is 2:3. So clearly 2 part out of this whole is the alpha company's production for item A. So we have to divide this by 2 plus 3 and multiply this by 2, because 2 part is to be calculated out of 2 plus 3, 5 part. So if we solve this further, we can get the values clearly. We can cut down some numbers like this. Double zeros are gone. So 25 into 15 divided by 5. 25 into 15 is nothing but 375 divided by 5 into 2. If we solve this further, we can get the number. The number comes out to be precisely 150. So production cost for Alpha company for item A is simply 150 CR. Let us find out the other one. The other one is nothing but uh, for the row company production cost of item A itself. So production cost of row company row company for item A. So first of all, we need to see the percentage of production of the row company. See, the row company's percent of production is this particular bar, and if we try to match it with it, so this is somewhere close to 22.5 CR, 22.5% rather. So clearly we have to find out 22.5% of the total production cost. Total production cost is given as 2500 CR. That will be the exact value of the total production cost of a row company for both the items. Okay, total production cost of both the companies of row company of both the item, that exactly comes out to be, after solving, is 550 CR. Out of this 550 CR, we have to find out for only A. So for only A, we have to distribute this 550 CR in the ratio of the row company ratio, that is 4 is to 1. So clearly we have to distribute in 4 is to 1. And for item A, we have to find out the first part, that is 4 part. Okay, so this 550 has to get distributed between 4 plus 1, and we have to find out for item A, we have to find out the 4 part out of it. So this comes out to be, for row company, item A part is simply 440, it becomes 440 CR. So this is the production of row company, 440 CR. And what we are supposed to do in the question, we are supposed to add the cost of production of item A for both alpha and row. So we can add 150 CR and 440 CR. So that will be the final answer, 150 CR plus 440 CR. If we add them together, this comes out to be 590 CR. So that is the total production cost of these two companies for item A. It is available clearly in option number D, becomes the right answer. Now, for the same chart, we are supposed to answer a different question. The question is, cost of production of item A by theta is what percent of cost of production of item B by delta? Okay, so we have to find out two things here. What are the two things? The first thing is cost of production of item A by theta. So let us find out this. And then whatever these two values are, we have to relate them. In what way we can relate? The first item is what percent of the second item. For that, we'll use the percentage formula. First item is what percent of second item. So let us find out first these two values. The first value that we have to find out is cost of production of item A by theta company. Okay, so let us find out. Let us find out the theta company's total production first. Theta company's total production can be given, can be understood from the bar graph. Theta is this particular thing, and the total production is represented by the first thing. So let us, if we take down this is somewhere close to 5% only, or little more or little lesser than 5%. So let us take it 5% only. So that is clearly 5% of the total production, that is 2500 CR. That is the total cost of theta company production cost. And if we calculate this further, we can cut down the numbers and find out. So this is the cost of production, total cost of production, that is 125 CR, 25 into 5. And out of that, how much is for item A? That's what we are supposed to find out. So for item A, we need to see the bar graphs. For company theta, item A is represented by this particular bar, and if you match it with somewhere with our data, this is somewhere close to 30, between 30 and 35. Let us take it as so we have to find out cost of production for item A. So for company theta only, we have to find out cost of production of item A by theta. That's what we have to find out. So theta company, we just found out the theta company's percentage is somewhere close to 5% only. Okay, so company's value comes out to be 5% only. Cost of production for company theta is somewhere close to 5%. So that is okay, this is what it is. Now this cost of production for item A is somewhere close to 33%. So theta for A comes out to be how much? We have to find out the for theta for item A, this is somewhere close to 33% or 30% somewhere, which is coming out to be exactly 25 CR. That is the first value that has come out. Now let us find out for the other company. Other company is cost of production of item B by delta. Cost of production of item B by delta. So let us see the delta company. Delta company is here. First of all, we'll find out the cost of production. The cost of production is somewhere close to 7.5%. So we have to find out for delta, the cost of production is somewhere close to 7.5% of total 2500 CR. That will be the total cost of production for company called as delta. That is somewhere close to, if we cut down this number, we can find out this number as this is coming somewhere close to 200 crore. Okay, and out of that we have to find out for item B. So we have to see the distribution ratio also. So if we see the distribution ratio for delta company, the distribution ratio is 3:5. So out of this 200, we have to distribute in the ratio 3:5. And because we have to calculate for item B, so we have to see the 5 part out of 3 plus 5 part. So that's what we can write. Delta for B is simply 200 divided by 3 plus 5 into 5 part out of it. So that is simply 200 divided by 8 into 5. And if we calculate this further, data company for B value comes out to be 75 CR. Okay, so these are the two values that we have got. For theta company, A is 25 CR. This we found out by distributing the theta company in theta company's distribution ratio. Theta company's distribution ratio was nothing but 1:4. So 125 was distributed between 1:4 part, and for the one part became 25 and 4 part obviously became 100. That's why this 25 CR has come here. Similarly, we did for delta also. 200 CR came out of total production cost, and we distributed this 200 in the ratio of 3:5, and we found out for the 5 part that it came out to be 75 CR. Now we have got both the numbers with us. Now we have clearly in a state of finding out the percentage. So percentage of A theta, we can write down here, percentage of theta A divided by percentage of delta B. Percentage of delta B into 100%. That's what we are supposed to do. Let us write down these values. Theta A value is nothing but 25 CR divided by delta B value is nothing but 125 CR. We have to find out the 5 part, not the 3 part. So the 3 part is 75. The 5 part is obviously 125 CR. So 125 into 100%. If we solve this further, 25 cuts 125 by 5, 100 by 5 is simply 20%. So that's what is the required percentage. The final value is 20%, available in option number C. Now for the same bar graph and table, we are supposed to find out a question. What percent of total cost of production is the total profit of all the companies together? Okay, so clearly we have to find out the profit of all the companies, and we have to take its percentage from the total cost of production. Total cost of production we don't have to calculate because that is already given. So what we have to find out in this particular question, what percent we have to find out? Total profit of all the companies, and percentage of it to be taken from total production cost. Total production cost, that is nothing but 2500 CR in itself. Okay, and into 100% we'll do it finally. So we have to find out the total profit. For finding out the total profit, we have to find out the profit of each and every company for both the items together and take its percentage from the total of 2500 CR. So let us do for of one or two companies, and then we can understand that similar thing has to be done for all the companies. Okay, so let us do for alpha company first. We are trying to find out the profit earned by alpha company on both the items. First of all, alpha company's production cost, that's what we have to find out. Alpha company production cost is somewhere 15% of the total, so that is nothing but 15 by 100 of 2500 CR. This is the total production cost of alpha company, 15% of 2500 CR. Out of this, there has been a profit generated on item A and item B. So clearly we have to find out this number first, and if we calculate this number comes out to be 375 CR. Okay, 375 CR is the total production cost of alpha company. This production has been distributed in the ratio of 2:3 that we can see in the table. This production cost also gets distributed in the ratio of 2:3 for item A and B respectively. So for item A, if the ratio is, this number has to be distributed in 2:3. So for item A's production for alpha company itself, item A's production cost becomes 2 part out of 5 part of 375. So 2 part out of 5 part, 2 plus 3 is 5, and 2 part out of 5 part of total 375. And if we calculate this comes out to be 375 by 5 into 2, that is 150 CR. This is just the production cost of Alpha company for item A. We have to go for the profit. So profit of Alpha company for their item A will be 150 CR is the production cost. How much percent profit has been earned by Alpha company on item A? That we'll have to see in this bar graph again. For item A, Alpha company has earned a profit of 25%. So we have to find out the 25% of it. So 25% of 150 CR. That's what we have to find out. And that exactly comes out to be 37.5 CR. So for Alpha company, the profit earned by Alpha company for item A is 37.5 CR. Similarly, we have to find out the profit earned for Alpha company for item B. So similar thing will have to be done. So now 150 CR was the production cost of Alpha company. So how much would have been the production cost of item B? That is 375 minus 150. Okay, that is nothing but 225 CR. So for same Alpha company, production cost for item B will be, total production cost was 375. For Alpha it was 150. So production cost for beta will be, for item B will be 375 minus 150, that is 225 CR. Now this 225 CR has been distributed in the two part that we have already seen. Is the 225 CR is the production cost that we have already seen, and for item B, how much is the percentage profit for Alpha company? For item B, the production profit is 20%. So clearly, we have to find out the item B's profit is nothing but 20% of 225 CR. Okay, so if you do this has to be done like this. It has to be 225 divided by 5, that is nothing but 45 CR. So this is the production, this is the profit earned by Alpha company for item B. So this is how we have to find out the profit earned for each and every company for each and every item of it, and then the entire total has to be done. That will be the total profit, and that total profit will be divided by total production cost. So we have already calculated these production costs, so let me give the values all there. Okay, so for let us state the table here: alpha, beta, and the company alpha, beta, then we have rho, then we have delta, and let us keep on writing them. We have epsilon, then we have theta, then we have gamma, eh? And the total cost of production we have already calculated. For alpha, that was 375. For item A, the production cost came out to be 150. For item B, the production cost came out to be 225 CR. Okay, then we have to find out the profit earned for item A. So profit earned for item A and B, we will find out profit earned for item A. We just found out profit earned for item A was 37.5 CR. For item B was 45 CR. Okay, now we have calculated the production cost of each and every company, and then we have distributed them in their ratio of production between item A and item B, and their profit has been calculated. So let me write the profit values directly. So profit for this particular company, beta company, the profit for item A is 52.8, and the other profit is this. Let me write all the values here. For row company, the first part is 88 and the other part is 24.2 CR. The similar rules have been applied for company A. For company Delta, item A, the profit is 17.25. For other one, it is 31.25. For Epsilon, the profit earned by item A is 118.1. All the units are crores only. And for item B, it is 75.96. For Theta company, the profit earned by item A is 8.75. Profit item earned by company item B is 25 CR. For the Gamma company, the final values are 8.75 and 25, 118.1. So for gamma it was for the gamma it was has to be 38 and 48. Now we can add both these profit values. So if we add these both the profit values for all the companies, we can find out the total profit earned. So clearly we need to add them. So if we add these two numbers all together, okay, vertically we can add this and then we can add to this as this. So we have to add all this table, all the number of this particular table. So that will be the total profit. So total profit earned after adding, we have already found out total profit earned is 640.31 CR, 640.31 CR. And we have to find out the percentage from the total cost of production. So we have to do the first formula that we used The first formula that we wrote here, this was that formula. So let us use it. This is total profit by total production cost into 100. Total profit is 640.31. Total production cost is 2500 CR into 100%. So clearly we have to solve this a mathematical expression that will give us the right answer. We can cut down the numbers like that. 640.31 divides 25 divide by 25. We can distribute this. 25 to ja 50, then 14 remains, then 0 taken. So 140, 25, 5 times 125, and we remain with 15. If we apply a decimal there, then we get a 6. So 25.6 somewhere is the right percentage. Let us see where it is available in the option. It's available as option number D, close to 25%. So that should become the right answer, option number D.